First of all, give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visit iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of the Azar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I send to the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Back at it again, another holy Sabbath day. And the only day that holds the title of what the Shabbat holds is Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, the title that Shabbat holds is Shabbat Shabbaton. There's only one other festive appointed time that holds that Shabbat, the Shabbaton, and this Yom Kippur. But the difference between Yom Kippur and Shabbat, I could kindle fire. I can kindle fire, but I can't kindle fire on Shabbat. Shabbat, Shabbaton. So when you dig into the word Shabbaton, Shabbaton, is the definition of Shabbaton is general strike. When you study and look into the word of a strike, it means no activities. No activities. And that's how I learned when people set up activities and events on Shabbat, we profane the Sabbath day. Because when you set up these events and activities and all these special events on Shabbat, you know what these people is doing? They're setting up speakers, they're setting up stages, they're setting up chairs, they're bringing food, they're coming in with loads and loads of juices and foods and things that people have to take out and set up.
Mm-hmm. This is appropriate.
And the only way we can observe this day is by reading the book.
Mm-hmm.
When we read the book, we will learn the ways of God. When we read the book, we will learn how God thinks. And that is very important because in Isaiah it states, it said, let the wicked forsake or abandon his ways. Abandon your own ways and forsake and abandon your own thoughts. My ways has to be comparable to God's ways. The way I think has to be comparable to the thoughts of God. And the only way we're going to get to that status or to that level is by reading. Now, not everybody reads and acquire that mentality.
No.
Not everybody reads and acquire and attain the ways of God. Because God deals with us not as a whole or a nation, but now he's dealing with us as individuals, one-on-one. Because we're not coming back to God as no nation.
Right.
That time of us returning back to God as a whole or as a nation is over. That was then. Right now, here and now, today, the Most High said, he said, I created the pit for the wicked. Right now, the pit is made and created for the wicked of the people, the wickedness of the people today. So now, you, me, individually, we have to have some type of determination to serve God and not put yourself in that bracket, not put yourself in that slot to where you can draw God's attention towards you for good by being good, And the only way of I know to be good is by what I read. God tells us what is good. God tells us what is evil. God tells us what is righteousness. God tells us what is wickedness. We can no longer go by the figmentation of our own mind of what I think is good and evil, of what I think is righteous or wickedness. Let's read the book and learn what God considers as being good. And we realize that when we are not in favor, when we are not in good grace with the Creator, his attention is turned away from you. And when God's attention is turned away from you, then anything that comes from you will not be accepted. Anything that comes from you will not be accepted. He wouldn't even accept your seed. The only way God will accept your seed, we have to go back and read Ezekiel 18, Ezekiel 33. The father is wicked, he's evil, but the son, the righteousness that the son is doing protects him from the evil and the wickedness of his father, which means the son has been the repairer of the breach.
Stop that flow.
And that is the problem. We are not repairing the breach. We are not repairing the breach. We ain't fixing the bridge. We are continuing on in the sins of our forefathers.
The breach getting more bigger.
We are continuing in the sins of our forefathers, which means the anger of God will metastasize. It will increase. It's going to get stronger. And when God's anger kindles, you don't want God's wrath to kindle against you. Because I read in the book where it said the anger of the Lord glowed. You know what that means? It glowed. And you see that lightning? When that lightning strike, and you see that lightning come, how it light up the whole earth. It even light up the inside of your house. That's the anger of God. How it expands. And when God's anger expands on you, you can forget about it. Now, one thing I gotta go back into to know, we gotta know when, number one, when we make a covenant and an agreement with God, automatically his attention is on you. Look at here. Automatically, God's attention turns towards you. Right? And I'm going through my notes. It's always good to go through your notes because you tend to forget. These are excellent lessons. These lessons are not of my own mind. These teachings are not, this is the mentality of God. And you learn the mentality of God by reading. So once again, right? Nasa, nun samekhe. It means to test, to try, or to prove, right? And this right here remind me of my father. Why? Because listen to the definitions of these words, right? It says to test. When God tests you, you become observant. You become observant in his eyes. Observation, which means he's watching you. Your every way. He's watching your thoughts. He's watching. What is that?
Tight surveillance.
Tight surveillance. Okay, next, evaluation. He will evaluate you to see. Now, what is the evaluation? He will evaluate you to see if you are worthy.
Evaluation.
If you are worthy to be used. If you are worthy for me to open your eyes to certain things in these laws, commandments, and statutes. Then he put you through a trial. A trial is what God put the children of Israel through. That how many years we spent in that wilderness?
40.
40 years. 40 years of God trying us in that wilderness, and we failed 10 times. We have no reason to fail those trials because God brought the children of Israel out of Egypt with a mighty hand, a stretched out arm, and he challenged the gods and the idols of Egypt. He challenged the gods and the idols of Egypt. So the trial. So why in the world why did we fail those tests in the wilderness? Right? Now, the word for test means an ordeal or path required as proof of conformity with set of beliefs. Right? Okay. Now, when I looked in, now it said an ordeal. An ordeal it means to determine guilt or innocence by submitting the accused and dangerous and painful tests under God's control. God put you through it to see what's gonna come out of you, to see if you're gonna change your ways, to see if you're gonna acknowledge your faults. And you know, from my experience, what I see, God put certain people through the ringer, and these people are not worthy because they don't take heed, they don't improve, they don't do better with God, which means you haven't learned. So now, when God see that you haven't learned and you're not gonna take heed, guess what stops?
The observation.
The observation stops. The test and the trial stops. Why would I continue to put you through tests and trials when I see you don't have the teeth, you don't have the will or the courage or the strength to stop or to do good because you're stuck on yourself? God ain't gonna continue to test you. Okay? Now, to try, right? To examine, to subject a person to undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation that tests their endurance.
See how much he can take.
I want to see how much he's going to take. I'm going to keep squeezing him. I'm going to keep squeezing him. I'm going to keep squeezing him to see if he break. I'm going to keep squeezing you to see if he break. Right? Now, to prove means what? To establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration.
Validity. See if he's valid.
See if he's valid. See if he's able to serve me. See if he's able to serve this God. And this is how God tries us. This is how the Most High tries us, man. He put you through. See, when we make covenants and agreements with God, he's going to try you according to the agreements that you made with him. And he's going to test you according to what you said out of your own mouth. Things that I said and voiced out of my own mouth, God's going to try you according to what you said. Now I'm going to squeeze you and squeeze you and squeeze you to see if you're going to be truthful to yourself, number one. See, before we be truthful to God and be truthful to anybody else, we got to be truthful to ourselves. We got to be truthful to ourselves and acknowledging that we have sinned and we have violated and broken the commandments of God. So let's go to Numbers. Let's go to Numbers chapter 16. Got it? Numbers chapter 16. It said, and the Lord spake unto Moses after the death of the two sons of Aaron. Because these two guys, see, Aaron had four sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. Nadab and Abihu went and offered up strange fire before God. Oh, I'm in Leviticus 16. My bad. It said, now Korah,
the son of Israel, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up.
Took certain men. Now these guys that they took to themselves was only able to walk with these men if they had the one mind principle. They thought the same way. They agreed on one accord. And that's why he was able to get those 250 princes to go against Aaron and Moses. Because we thought the same. So if we didn't think the same, if I don't agree with you, you ain't going to get me to follow you up with your foolishness. Because number one, we agreed together. We agreed together. So that's what caused the link. That's what brought the link between them, between the Reuben, between Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and the 250 princes. Because they felt the same way. Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, these men, they were over the 250 guys. To where certain situations, you got to keep your mouth shut. Someone higher than me have to voice this. But we on the same, we thinking the same, and we moving the same. But that's like, all right, us in here. You have your status is above mine. Me and you still think the same, but I'm not gonna come out of my place and voice it. That's for you. I'll leave that for you to say.
Action's gonna be different. Right.
Action's gonna be different. The same thing like today. You said, well, I can't say that. I'll leave that for this one or for that one to say it. Right? Tom sheet. He said they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation. Right?
Men of renown.
Men of renown. Anshe Shem. Now Anshe Shem, and you have Anshe Hashem. Men of Anshe Shem is men of renown. Great men. Men with status. Mm-hmm. And then you have Anshe Hashem. Men of the name. Men of God. Men of the name of God. Men that represents God. Right? Tamshi.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you.
Know what they told Moses and Aaron? They said, man, you two guys is taking too much upon yourselves. They got the nerve. After everything that they have envisioned with these two great men, Moses and Aaron, how God used these two men to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians, everything that they envisioned in the wilderness, how there was no water. You ain't gonna find no water in that wilderness. Because there was a place that ought not to be lived in. So now I'm in the wilderness with no water. All he had to do was go. God said, man, go speak to the rock. Speak to the rock, and water gonna come out of there. That's why the Most High looked at Moses. He said, listen, man. Went to Moses. He said, listen, stop coming to me. Stop. I done made you a God in the eyes of the people. He said, you go split the Red Sea. Go. Go split the Red Sea. Then Moses went, snatched the rod, and that east wind blew. Man, east wind blew all night. That was a strong wind. Anytime you have a wind that can split a sea, a large mass of water, and hold it up on both sides, spirits is doing that. That's the wilderness, man. God, man, listen. Listen here. That's the God, man. That's why the Most High looked at these two guys and said, man, listen. He said, you should have been afraid to talk against my servant Moses, man. He said, man, I don't speak to this guy in dreams. He said, I speak to him face to face. And the something of the Lord does he behold.
Glory.
Glory?
Lord.
Let me go. Yeah, something like that. I think it's 11. And he called the name of the place. 12, right?
12.
Yeah. And they said, had the Lord indeed speak on me? And the Lord spake on suddenly, and Moses said, come out, you three. He said, the Lord came down.
Verse 8. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently and not in dark speeches. And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
And the similitude of God shall he behold. The similitude is his appearance. He saw the appearance of God. Well, how did he see the appearance of God? When he took him and put him in that mountain, covered him with his hand. Covered him with his hand and walked past him. His whole body. Walked past him, and he seen God's hind parts. And the only reason why he didn't show him his face was because the word of God withstands. And he said, listen, no man can see my face, because then you're going to die. So he covered him and he saw that was enough. That's why in the book he said, man, there's no man who can be compared to Moses, who saw the similitude, who saw God's hind parts, man. This man was great. That was a great man. That's right. The only thing he did wrong was when he didn't sanctify the name of God. That's it. Everything else that Moses did, he was right. You know why? Because when you read it in the Psalms, God backed them up. He said, Moses said, I was going to destroy the children of Israel, but I wrought for my name's sake. It means I pulled back because of my name. Why Moses spoke up for the children of Israel? When he stood in the breach and God was going to destroy them at Mount Sinai for worshiping a golden calf. He stood in the breach in the opening, and the only reason why he spoke up was because of the name of God. And that's the same reason why God didn't destroy him. Thought about God's name. Thought about God's name. Now, how do you to think about God's name? You got to protect his name. That's one. To think about God's name, or to think about God, that's going to be a person that's always reading and praying. You know what I'm saying? Time to go and read.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and Aaron and said unto them, you take too much upon you.
He said, you take too much upon you.
Seeing all the congregation are holy.
Seeing all the congregation. He said, listen, man, they throwing darts now. So you taking too much upon yourself, Moses, Because you ain't the only one. Basically, they're saying you ain't the only one that's holy, brother. He said we all are holy before God. No. He said all of us are, but we got
he's on another
level. Moses on another level. There was no man in this book on the level of Moses.
People say it really wasn't God's back part. In metaphor, God showed him a vision.
No, don't say that. God removed his hand and he showed him his back. He said back.
He told the children of Israel,
that's what he saw.
You have not seen.
That's what he saw.
None. So what that mean?
That's right.
It don't mean they ain't see no vision.
That's right.
You didn't see me.
A similitude is an image. That's right. That's right. But people want to add in, just go by exactly what the book says.
It's metaphor.
Go ahead, Tom Shee.
And the Lord seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord.
He said, listen, God is among us too. He said, wherefore? He said, why are you lifting yourself above me like we ain't on the same? No, you ain't. We not the same. We are not the same. Tom Shee, read.
And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face.
When Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. He prostrated himself before the tabernacle, before God. Prostrated himself. Tom Shee.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow the Lord. Verse 5.
Yeah, go ahead.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow will show who God is and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him.
He said, tomorrow, I said, God gonna show you who's his, who's holy,
and will cause him
to come near to you. Mm-hmm. Whom he had chosen, whoever God chose, is the one God is gonna cause to draw near.
We'll pick his chosen one.
Now, how do God do his chosen? How do God choose?
Ways.
How do God choose? According to what you have in you, according to what you have in you, according to your ways, according to how you think.
Your display.
Okay? Now, how would the Creator cause you to come near to him? That's a question that we all need to ask ourselves and come up with a righteous answer. All right? When he put the Spirit upon you to do certain things. Because the only way you can get near to God is by reading. We don't have a prophet. We don't have a priest. So to get near to God or to get close to God, you have to know to do some type of action or to put forth some type of works. You can't put forth actions and you don't know. So in order to figure it out or to learn what actions to start or what righteousness is or how I need to begin to draw close or near to God, you must read. Okay? Prayers draws you close to God. Right? Now, in order for God to choose you, you have to have a conscience. You have to have a conscience. Because if you don't have a conscience, what is a conscience? All right? And this is something that everybody don't have. That everybody don't have a conscience. You have to have a conscience first in order for God to cause you to draw you near to him. Now, a conscience, when a person have a conscience, you're going to start, number one, making amends with God, making corrections with God of something that you have done wrong. You have to acknowledge that I was wrong in order to make amends. You have to acknowledge that I was wrong in order to make amends and correct it. And then guess what? You're going to face up and fess up to your wrong and go to the person. Not go to the person or turn towards God, because you can offend both. Yeah. You can offend God and you can offend first. And you can offend man. That's right. Now, you don't know who God is. The same thing that I have to revert back to Abraham. Abraham didn't know who God was, but he was faithful to his father. And God saw a certain type of faithfulness that he had for his father, that if you could be faithful to what's before your face, this man could be faithful to me. He ain't gotta see me. You don't have to see proof. Abraham did not need proof. Nobody came in, nothing. You didn't need proof. Well, I need to be. No.
Prophet came.
That's the blind allegiance that we need.
Right.
That's the blind. You have to make yourself believe everything that you read here, like Abraham did. That's blind, because that's what? There is no proof. The only proof is what God done preserved and allow you to see, but from the naked eye, like
right in front of you.
Right in front of your face.
You're there at that moment.
You're there at that moment.
You hear about it, you see the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Now you got to look at certain people now. Some people had proof right in front of them. Personal dealings with each other that tell you right there that that you and these people are not on the same level. And very few people you see had that face-to-face experience. That's why I pull my glasses down and look at this man. I'm like, man, this man been through some real confrontations with God. And it blows me. It just gave me chills, because you know what that is, man? God. To sit in the courtroom and you hear a voice come in your ear and tell you to get up and leave when the judge take his eyes off of you, and his wife is sitting right next to her and didn't hear a word.
Everything in the room suspended.
It only run.
Now step out the room, it's functioning. You look in the room, it froze.
Now everything frozen. Now look, you gotta look at the rim now. You got good in you. You got something in you too. While God led you towards this guy here. You got good in you. And while God showed you that in that room, that image, man, listen. Y'all not local yokels before God, man. Y'all not local. My father and my mom's, y'all not local, man. Y'all not some regular people. What picked your status up is because who you with. Who you with. It's not no game. And God already saw good in you. That's what you look to match the good in him. And what was the good? He sees the determination to serve God. That's the good. That's the good that he saw in who? In Asa. That's the good that he saw in who? In Jeroboam's son. That's the good that God see in you. It ain't nothing, he's going to be a good man to take care of his family. That's not the good. All that comes into play after. Number one, the good that God sees in you is that you have the determination to serve me. And when you are determined to serve God, then everything else comes into play. Everything else gonna play out. Yeah, I'm not gonna neglect my son. Yeah, I ain't gonna neglect my family. A man that serves God don't do these things. Everything else comes into play. That's not the good that he's talking about. The good that he's talking about is the good to serve me. Right? Now, conscience also is a feeling of obligation to make right that which was done wrong. You gotta break yourself. We have to break ourselves and stomp on that thing called pride. Stomp on it. Smash it into the ground and bury it. We gotta stomp on that thing called pride, because pride gets in the way of you doing the things that is lawful and right by God. That's what caused me not to acknowledge my wrong that I did to you. because I'm gonna look like I'm soft. No, I'm gonna make you soft. That's gonna make me respect you more. I said, nah. I gotta respect this dude. Only the wicked ain't gonna have no respect for you. Only the wicked gonna tell you and say, nah, he's soft. He's soft. You see how he went back? No. A man that's heading towards righteousness gonna have respect for you and look at you different because you're able to acknowledge when you was wrong and you was able to approach the person that you did wrong to. So now, if I'm able to show man that I'm wrong, I'm able to show God that I'm wrong. It was levels. Yeah. You're not going to be able to show God that you're wrong if you can't show what's in front of you that you're wrong. No. If you can't come to me and say, man, I was wrong, boom, boom, that man is able to show God that he's wrong. That's the correct. That's the way it's lined up. That's the way it is. Tom, see?
This dude, take you censors, Korah, and all his company.
Take you censors,
Korah, and all his company.
And all your people that you done gathered with you, your 200 for your whole crew, go on and take you a censer. Right? Read.
And put fire therein.
Put fire therein.
And put incense in there.
A cense must have been something that you can put in it and it holds it.
Yeah, holds it.
Put fire therein. And put what?
And put incense in there.
And put incense. Now the word for incense is quitoret. Right? Sometimes it's called lebona. Incense and frankincense. Right? Now, people say, oh, that's not the incense that God was talking about. So what kind of incense that God is talking about? Incense is incense.
Moses told him to do something.
And these incense was only used during the sacrifices of God. When I read in Leviticus 17, they used to burn the incense with the fat. They used to burn the incense with the fat. And God loved the smell.
Yeah. The smell goes together.
God loved the smell. Okay? So now, I'm going to hold that in number 16. You can stay where you at. And I'm going to go to Isaiah 66 to show you about these incense burning and frankincense burning. All right? It says, thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord. Right? Okay. Thus saith the Lord. The heaven is my throne. You know what's the word for throne? It says kis-e. Right? Kis-e means my throne. It also means this is my seat of honor. It's even heavier.
It's a different seat.
The throne of God, the seat of honor of God is all the way up there. Ain't nobody up there with him.
No seat is above that seat.
No seat is above that. Right. This is the throne. This is my throne. This is where I'm at. Not just anybody could come up to my throne. Not just anybody could come up to the king's throne. And the only ones that goes up there is during these two appointed times. Shakari in the morning and the evening sacrifice. When the angels report to God and they sounding off. Holy, holy, holy is what? Kadosh, 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 El Shaddai Zebaoth. And then another half is repeating Melo Kal Ha'aretz Kebodo, whose glory filleth the whole world. Yo, you know that type, yo. And that's why those two times are very important. Those two appointed times during the Shakarit and the Erev is very important times where that's why our forefathers got up, took their land and took their sacrifices, and they made their sacrifice, man. They made their sacrifices because there are certain times when the heavens is open for acceptance. And those two times are the two times.
Yeah,
Those 2 times are the 2 times. Another time where I read where the heavens is open for exceptions is the time of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Because when I read, it said that during the 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, our forefathers made what? Confession. They confessed. They confessed their iniquities. Confessing your sins. But I gotta acknowledge my wrong before Yom Kippur and start making changes and making repairs. Confessing your iniquities is important because when you confess your sins, you are acknowledging your fault with God. You are acknowledging that you're wrong. And guess what? We don't make excuses. We got to stop making excuses for yourself and sacrifice your hide for God.
Excuse ain't nothing but a lie.
Sacrifice yourself for God's law. Because the situation that you're in, you put yourself in that situation. You put yourself in that situation that you are in. That's it. I dug my own hole. Nobody look. We put ourselves in that situation. Okay? So, he said, and the earth is my footstool. Use the earth for his footstool. How big is the feet of God? And Nahum, he said, the dust off my feet are the clouds. He said, man, that's the dust off my feet, those clouds up there.
Moses' statue was big.
Yeah.
And God covered
And
his
God
body
with his body with one hand. So we playing with we playing around with this God ain't nothing to play with. This God that we serve ain't nothing to play with. He said, where's the house that ye build unto me? Where is it? It was neglected.
What happened to it?
It was neglected. The tabernacle, the temple, and all that was neglected. We stopped bringing up our tithes. We stopped bringing, at this point in time, in Isaiah, there is no offerings going up. The temple is not there. I'm not sure. Was it desecrated during this time? Isaiah 66. I don't think it was desecrated yet. No, it wasn't desecrated yet, but it was abandoned.
But they left it alone.
They stopped setting up tithes. At this point in time, for sure, they stopped setting up sacrifices. They stopped setting up their offerings. They wasn't bringing up their tithes. And at this point in time, the priest was not there. It was abandoned. The priest, the high priest, everybody gone. Had to go back to their own inhabitants because the people wasn't bringing up nothing. That's why in Malachi, he said, hast thou robbed God? He said, did you rob God? He said, yeah, you did. Yeah, you robbed me. You robbed me of my sacrifices. You robbed me of my tithes. You robbed me of my first fruits. You robbed me of all that. Right? He said, for all those things that my hand had made, and all those things had been, saith the Lord, but to this man will I look. The word for look is abit, aleph, beit, yod, tet. It means to look. And we learn the definition of words when you look up the word itself and you learn what God is talking about. The meaning. Now, when we look up certain words, it has to fit what you're reading. It has to coincide with what you're reading. Don't allow the definition to throw you off from what you're reading. And that's what people does. People read and go into all the books and definition and want to change what you're reading. Now you got the definition that's contradicting what you're reading. It goes against it. Okay, now look. Look, number one, 2 definitions. To examine, to direct one's attention to. God's attention was towards Abel. God's attention was towards Abel, but his attention was not towards Cain. And I gotta pull a point. And a point that means that Zachariah talking with Zachariah, right? And he said, people ask and say, why did God leave the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the midst of the garden when he already knew that Adam was going to eat it? Now, if we read the book and we learn the ways of God, God deals with choices.
Choices, that's right. Make your own making.
Exactly. He gonna give you the command.
Heart.
But you still got to.
He's gonna give you the command. He gonna give you the command, and he gonna put the situation before you.
See what you're going to do.
Now you choose. Now you choose.
It's all on you.
It's all on you, and that's what he did.
He said, I put before you
Life and death.
good and evil.
Good and evil.
Fun and
Life
fun,
and death.
fun and games.
That's it.
You choose.
You choose. So Adam chose. Mean to eat that tree of knowledge of good and evil. He chose that.
That was his decision.
That was his decision. Now life is based on choices. Now from here on in, after you ate from this right here, life is based. They didn't before that. They didn't know what was evil. They didn't know what was good.
People think
They didn't know it was bad to be naked.
Exactly. That's what I said. They didn't know what was good or evil.
Different mindset there.
Different mindset. When they said they were simple meaning naive, innocent to what is good or evil. They green to both sides. When they ate from that tree of knowledge of good and evil, they ain't green no more. Hakwak means open to general view.
Aware.
They are aware to both sides now.
That's what
right? So let me go back to what I said. God's attention leaned towards Abel. And his attention was not towards Cain. Why? It didn't say why. But Abel was good in the eyes of God. He paid heed. Right? He was accepted. Cain wasn't.
Different men.
It did not mention what Cain had in him that detoured his attention away from him. It never mentioned it. Which means he had something in him that pushed God's attention away from him. And he knew it. And he was able to realize it. And that's what we don't have today. We're not able to pinpoint that. Abel, whatever Abel had in him, it leaned God towards him to show him the path and the way that he should go. See, we got to realize that when God leans towards you, he gonna show you. He gonna show you. Because the man got good in him. He got good in him. So God leaned towards him to show him that path. Look how when we started doing the washing law. When we first got into it, the Most High allowed my father to do things the wrong way before we got it right.
That's right.
We thought that when a woman sat in the chair, you got to wash the chair. Some people say the chair remains unclean until the woman gets clean. When the woman get clean and automatically get clean, where you read that at? Please show me where you read that at, because I never read that.
Automatically becomes clean.
I never read that there, and I heard that before. I never read it there. The book, the chair, the bed, it says it is to her for her uncleanness, which means it belongs to her. That's where it belongs. So that don't stand. So God's attention was towards Abel. Now remember, the offerings was not set up.
Right.
God led Abel towards the right way to offer up the blood and the fat of animals. And because Cain was not accepted of God, he went to go bring up fruits of what he had. It's not going to be accepted. Because fruits can't be burned on the altar. And then later on, when you read in Leviticus, the offerings of God consisted of blood and fat. That was the offerings. Wait a minute, okay. He said to look, right? To direct one's attention to examine. Now, to examine, right? This is the part I wanted to get into, right? To test the conditions of. What is the conditions? The conditions means your agreement and your covenant. Your agreement and your covenant that you made with God. Now God is going to test you according to what you said out of your mouth. You don't see how God, look, man, you don't see how our made vows. And God tests them according to the same vows that he made. Mm-hmm. Look at it and look at the situation. Yeah. That man is not of no stature. God don't test everybody. People make covenants. People make agreements. Do God test you according to what you said? No. Because your status ain't up there. God only tests certain people. Right? He said your stipulations, you bind it yourself by. That's what God teach you by, test you by what you stipulated yourself by. The agreement and right, your stipulation that you set on yourselves, that you set on yourself with God. According to the agreement. That's right. These are the rules. That's right. So God tests you according to that. Right? It says to look. He said, well, I look, even to him that is poor. Okay, poor, ani. It's two words. It means poor, and it also means humble. Right? Humble is the word. Humble is when you submit yourself to God. That's what humbleness is. Okay? That's what humbleness is. When you submit yourself to God. Now, right? Poor, and what's the next one? And of a contrite spirit. Contrite spirit is naker ruach. Naker ruach, it means naker meaning smitten or afflicted spirit. A smitten or an afflicted spirit. Now, a person that's a smitten or afflicted spirit or a contrite spirit, he's going to make reparations with God. He's going to make repairs. He's going to make repairs with the Creator. And what? The last one is, and tremble it at my word. So in order, all these things going into play is all in one. I have to fear God. I have to be afraid of God. I have to be afraid and tremble at the word of God so I don't break it. And that's the reason why we break these laws, because you don't have no fear. You have to develop this fear. The fear of God don't come easy. It comes, look, fear of God don't come right away. No. You know when that fear starts to come, see, our forefathers ain't had to be put through trauma to fear God. Our forefathers ain't had to be put through trauma to fear him. Because they're from a different branch. Mm-hmm. These children was born with the fear of God. Samuel was 5, 6, 7 years old in the temple with Eli, and he feared God as a young lad. Jeremiah was prophesied, was ordained a prophet from the womb. He was a prophet to the people, but he feared God from the womb. All this has been depleted from us. So now we have to develop this fear. And how are we going to develop this fear? The only way we're going to develop this fear, we have to, God, look, this is what happened. God got to bang you up and then bring you back. Spook you. Yes. He got to spook you and do all these traumatizing things to you and bring you back. And now you're going to fear me. But he only do that to certain people.
Not everybody get
that.
Everybody's worthy.
Not everybody is worthy for that.
God is setting you up.
That's right. He said, he that killed an ox is as if he slew a man. There's the sacrifices, man. We cannot do any sacrifices today. Period. Why we can't do no sacrifices today? Because we are not in our land. We don't have a high priest, and you cannot be promoted to a high priest.
Ain't no high priest, man.
You gotta who did the consecration? Who consecrated you to be a priest?
Ain't no Kohanes, man.
So that's why I don't call you Kohen.
Right.
I call you by your name, because by me calling you Kohen, I agree that you're a priest. And you're not a priest.
It's okay.
And now God gonna look at me the same way. See, look at him. He thinks the same way like him. No, Lord, no, I don't. No,
Okay.
Lord, no, I don't.
No problem.
You're gonna know that I don't think the same like these people by the words that come out of my mouth. Now, okay, there is no priest. Okay, so there is no offerings, right? He that sacrificed a lamb. Now, realize one thing: the only one that did that prayer was Aaron. Why you smell that guy? He's by that guy. He's side night, that guy. I don't know the whole words, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Aaron does that. After Aaron died, tell me a priest that did that.
Nobody did that.
Certain things was left alone.
It was only.
I said certain things was left alone.
True.
Tell me and show me how many times they did a Yom Kippur. After certain people, Lord, was gone and they wasn't there. The scapegoat and doing all that, that was done at a certain time in history. Done away with.
All the oblations, everything.
All that was gone.
They're doing that to other gods.
That's right. He said, as if he cut off a dog's neck. And he that offered an oblation, the word for oblation is minka. A minka means an offering. He that does it, right, as if he offered swine's blood. And he that burneth incense, as if he blessed an idol. Now the word for incense here is lebona. Lebona means frankincense. Frankincense. They didn't burn incense and they didn't burn frankincense. The only time frankincense and incense was burned was in the temple. That's it. And this is why I don't burn incense in my house. I'm not telling you not to burn it. I'm telling you that I don't burn it because of this. God said choose. If you think I'm wrong, then you continue burning your incense or frankincense. Go ahead. But I know I'm going to follow and do what I read here. Exactly what I read. I'm not going to come up with an excuse and say, well, it's not talking about this instance. The word is plain and simple.
Plain and simple.
Plain and simple. It said frankincense and incense.
But it don't really mean frankincense and incense.
So what it means?
Oh, here we go.
What does it mean? You're saying, look, first of all, we need to, I tell these people, this is why God gave us the book. So we can read and do.
Don't think.
Go by what it says and do. Don't think. Don't speculate. Read what it says and do, for crying out loud. If you want to be saved by God, read what it says and do it. That's it. That's it. God already realized the predicament that we are in, that we put ourselves in. Because the predicament that we in, we put ourselves in this predicament by going against the Creator, by going against God's law, by going against His statutes and His commandments. So He put us in a predicament where we don't have no prophet and no priest to go to. So He gave us a book and said, now, fend for yourself. Now, in order for me to show you, you have to push towards me first. Let me see your determination to serve God first before I show you and open your eyes to certain things. Okay? And that's right. It said, he that burneth incense is as if he blessed an idol.
Incense.
Blessed an idol. You burn incense and it ain't to God. You burn frankincense and it ain't to God. Is as if it's compared to blessing an idol. All right? Barek awen. Barek means to bless. Right? Right? Bless means to glorify. When you bless, you glorify. When you bless, you praise. When you bless, you speak gratefully of. You speak good about it. Right? Watch what you speak good about. Because whatever you're speaking good about, you're blessing it. And whatever you're speaking about may not be wrong. It may be wrong by God. May be wrong in the eyes of God.
But good in the eyes of man.
Oh, but good in the eyes of man. Good point. May be wrong in the eyes of God, but this guy here look at it as good.
The world look at it as
this
good.
guy look at it as if, nah, he did that, man, he tough. No, he ain't tough. He's a fool.
Yeah.
You're a fool. Because God tell you what's tough and ain't and what's good. What's evil and what's good. Gotta read this book. So now, when you speak good, awang means injustice, iniquity, right? When you speak good about the things about injustice and iniquity, you speak good about evil. Speak good about a person, what the person did to them, and he's wrong. But you speak good about it. You gotta watch what you speak good about, man. Right? It goes down as if he blessed the idol. He said, yeah, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their abominations. We chose our own ways. We don't want to walk in the ways of God. We want to walk in our own ways. Right? So now we're going to go back into Numbers 16. Numbers chapter 16, verse 6. Right? He said, this dude. He said, take your census, Korah, and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord had choose, he shall be holy. You take too much upon yourselves, ye sons of Levi. You take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. He said, Moses said unto Korah, hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi, seemeth it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel? Even amongst ourselves, God made a separation. It was a separation amongst ourselves. And that's what I see what's going on now with the people that have claimed the heritage in the name of Jacob. Okay? Look around. And this is why we have different camps. Because look at it, look around. Have you noticed that each camp has a different view and does the law differently? Differently. When there's only one book. When there's only one book. But not everybody that call themselves Jacob, not everybody that claim the heritage of Israel is accepted of God. And these people refuse to accept that.
Certain words of change.
Yes,
in their book.
that's right. These people refuse to accept that. God's not accepting all you people that's claiming the heritage of the Creator.
That's right.
No, he ain't accepting all you guys. No, he's not.
That's right.
Because in order to be accepted of God, it take good. You have to have a certain type of good in you. You got to have a certain type of determination in you for God, in order for God to turn towards you and accept you. Right? So he says a separation separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to him. to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them. They wanted the priestly job. They didn't want to do their job, right? They didn't want to do their job. They wanted the priestly job. And if you wasn't ordained to do that priestly job, if you ain't ordained to do that job, you have to stay away from it. You ain't supposed to be sending them no offerings and sacrifices, burning no, and that's not your job. But he turned towards these guys here and told them that you think your job is lightly. Your job holds weight too.
That's right.
Everybody that's out of whole Gershon, out of Kohat, and out of Merari, they all have specific jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Each and every one of these guys' jobs was important.
Right.
Was important, man.
Right.
It's not a light thing to be handling the utensils of God.
Right.
You're not handling anybody's utensils,
Mm-hmm.
but you downtrodden your position and wanted something, wanted a higher position, you wanted someone else's position. Right? It said, Moses said unto Korah, see me but a small thing unto you. You see what he told him? That the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to him, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation and minister unto them. And he had brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also? He said, for which cause both you and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord? And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? And Moses, right? He said, what is Aaron, that you murmur against him? He said, man, basically he's saying, man, Aaron.
Right, like he a nobody.
Right. You act like this guy don't hold no weight. He just a local yokel. You murmuring against a priest of God, a high priest, but they murmuring against him. And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up. So now they call up Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. They refused to come up after God called them up. He said, is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land, of a land that flowed with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness? You know what they said? He said, man, listen, man. He said, man, you took us out the land that flows with milk and honey. And they ain't talking about Jerusalem. What they was talking about was Egypt. He said, man, they calling Egypt the land that flowed with milk and honey. And now you got us in this wilderness to kill us. So are you out your mind? You same ones was crying.
Yeah.
Cry out to God. God remembered Abraham and brought you guys out of Egypt because of you, because of your cries.
You were crying.
Now I done delivered you and got you and pulled you out of Egypt. Now you're calling, now you want to go back. Calling Egypt the land that flowed with milk and honey. You out of your mind. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that flowed with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Without put out the eyes of these men, we will not come up. You hear what they saying? He said, listen, man, all that what you was talking about, Moses, about you gonna give us the land of milk and honey, and we're gonna go into houses that we ain't built, and vineyards and houses we're gonna get. He said, man, you ain't bring us there yet. When is this supposed to transpire? When? But listen, God had to do it that way.
That's right.
God had to do it that way. Because before God bring you and do you good, I have to prove you to see if you're worthy of me doing you any good. And God saw fit that they was not worthy. So guess what happened now? Most High had to kill every last one of them. From 20 years on up, died in the wilderness because they was not worthy. These guys was not worthy. These was the guys that was continuing to tempt God and complain and murmur and do all this foolishness. So God saw fit to blow them out, get them out the way. And he dealt with their children. He dealt with their seed. Right? Now, and more without having to feel, he said Moses was very wroth. Moses was very angry, highly upset. And now, look what Moses told God. Now, in his anger, told God, he said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offerings. That's not no light thing to say. When you done told God not to respect their offering, he said the word for turn is tefeng, means to turn. Don't turn to their offering. So if God ain't turning towards your offering, guess what? God, your prayers will not be accepted. He ain't gonna turn towards you. And if God don't turn to you, anything that comes from you won't be respected. Anything that comes from you won't be accepted because you're not accepted. You're not accepted. He said, I have not taken one ass. Look what Moses crying out now. He said, man, Moses returned to God. He said, don't respect nothing that comes from these people, man. Don't respect their offering. Don't respect nothing. He said, look what the next thing Moses said. He said, man, I didn't take one ass from them. I didn't take nothing from them. None have I hurt one of them. Basically saying, man, I didn't violate none of them. I didn't do wrong to none of these people. And look how they are coming at me. Look how they coming at me and how they going hard at me. And I didn't violate you. That tell you this type of people that we was dealing with. And this should tell you what type of person you are. You ain't, look, this guy ain't violate you. Whatever was said, whatever was done, there was still no violation in what the man did. But you felt the need to violate. Look at yourself. And the book tells us about ourselves. The book tells us about ourselves. The book tells us how we should be and how we should not be. How we should not be. He said, I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. That was going down now. He said, listen here, man. All you guys, make sure you're here tomorrow. He said, come on out. You, the company, Aaron will won't be here. I'm gonna be here. Let's draw this to a head. Come on out here, right? And take every man his censer. Take every man his censer.
Put incense in them.
Put incense in them.
And bring ye before the Lord every man his censer.
Now, when you're coming out here, make sure you have your censer. Make sure you have your incense in them. And come before God. When he said come before God, you know where it was at? Before the tabernacle. The tabernacle wasn't no small little doghouse. The tabernacle was huge. It was a huge tent with quarters and rooms. The setup of the tabernacle was the same setup as the temple. It was the same setup. It had the tabernacle had an inner and outer court. The same way like the temple had an inner and outer court. The people was only allowed in the outer court. The inner court stayed out. They stayed out of there. All right? It says, and take every man his censer and put incense in them and bring ye before the Lord
every man his censer, 250 censers, thou also, and Aaron, each of you his censer.
He said, okay. Now tomorrow God is going to choose who is his, who is holy, who he calls to draw near to him. Everybody get a censer. Put incense in them. Now mind you now, you know the only one that didn't get it? No, he told Aaron to go get the censer.
So you mean get
The only one that didn't snatch that censer and put fire in it, Moses. So Moses knows his place. Why y'all don't know y'all place? Moses ain't jump up and leap up in the office of Aaron to offer up no censer.
You don't know your place.
To offer up no incense. Moses knew his place.
I'll get you up.
You see how he called everybody to do it? He said, but look, one thing they should have realized is that they look over and say, wait a minute. They never thought to ask him, he said, where your censer at?
I ain't got nothing.
Then they would have seen it. They would have told an answer. Where's your censer? Moses ain't have no censer.
It's not his job.
Turn around, John. Turn around. Huh? You heard what I said. Moses didn't have no censer.
Right.
That was the only one that didn't have a censer.
Right.
Really?
Position is different.
Position, he know his place.
You know, you don't know your place.
He know his place. He know he ain't supposed to be burning no incense. That's why when the plague broke out, looked at Aaron. He said, man, it's out of my hands.
Yeah,
Right.
Now,
Hurry up.
you guys done drew and pushed God to point of no return. And here to the limit, to where he already perceived and known. He said, wait a minute, man. He said, oh, Aaron, he said, get up, hurry up. He said, quick,
Hurry up.
quick. The wrath of God is gone now. He said, take your senses, take what you gotta do, make what you gotta do, make what you gotta make, and go out there. The only one that could stop that plague was Aaron.
That's right.
So he had to run out there with his joint, boom, 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 come before people was dropping to stop that plague. And when we read in the Apocrypha, those are the things. What stopped the plague? What stopped the plague? He said the death angel gave way, gave respect to the diadem on his forehead, holiness to the Lord. The 4 robes, the long garments, the plate, the breastplate. He said that stopped.
When he saw all of that.
When he saw that,
you seen that.
the angel seen that and it stopped him.
Yeah.
It stopped him. You know what?
God.
He represent God.
Represent God.
He said, nah, I
He said,
can't
no.
pass you.
He said, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, God is doing that. So I'm gonna stop now.
He had to stop. That's
That
the
means
only.
stop.
That's what we gotta realize. That's the only thing that the angel respected. The angel respected God.
That's right.
They don't have no respect. They don't have no mercy. They don't have no compassion for
That's
nothing
right.
else.
That's right.
They're gonna do God's bidding.
That's right. He said, beware of him.
That's right. That's right. He said, beware and why? Because my name is in him.
You know?
My name is in him.
And he would not pardon.
He ain't gonna pardon your transgressions. Tom C.
And put fire in them, and made incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them. 19.
Go back to 18.
And they took every man his censer and put fire in them. And laid incense thereon. And stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses. Because remember now, the offerings, the sacrifices, being that it's dedicated to God. That's why when you do a sacrifice in Leviticus 17, it said the sacrifice has to be slaughtered before the tabernacle, before God. And that's where they came, that's where they went. When they did those incenses, all right, so go get your incense, put the fire in it. When you put that fire in it, make sure you here in front of that tabernacle. And we're going to see if God accepted or not. Read.
And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation.
The glory of God appeared unto all the congregation. Pulled up. They seen the glory of God. Right? There was one time where Miriam and Aaron angered God just by the words that they said out of their mouth. You can anger God just by your speech and the words that you say out of your mouth. So when they did that, the glory of God appeared in a cloud, came down and covered the whole entrance of the tabernacle.
Everything. That's right.
Now the entrance wasn't no small entrance, a huge entrance of big people.
Big like a
Covered the
circus
whole.
tent.
You imagine that? A thick cloud coming down from heaven and all they heard was the voice coming out of that cloud. Look, man, the things that these people saw, they ain't have no choice but to be afraid. The things that the people saw, that's why they was afraid of this God. You serious? Who's not gonna be afraid? Who's not? And that's why you look at these people mentality like, yo, you're not afraid? That's what God said to me. You wasn't afraid, man. You doing this. You wasn't afraid. But God did not give them eyes to see.
No.
God did not give them ears to hear until a certain time in history.
Yeah. He said because he don't give them ears to understand.
Right. Until a certain time in history. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment.
You see, ain't nothing happened to Aaron, right? Aaron was the only one that did it. Ain't nothing happened. Moses came down. He said, okay, you done did it now.
That was all.
You done did it. Once you put that fire in that, he said, all right, you two, Moses and Aaron, so get away from these dudes. Get away from 250 princes. Get away from these three guys, Dayton, Korah, and the Bible. Get away from them. Separate yourself, because I'm about to do a thing in the earth. We gotta watch who we walk with. We gotta watch who I befriend and who I walk with, because the person that you walk with is marked by God. And I don't have, he's marked by God. And I would end up getting brush fire just by me walking with this guy here, because he's marked by God. Now I end up getting shot because of my company. I end up dying because of my company that I'm walking with. Go ahead, read.
Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in the moment.
Separate yourself from among this congregation, that I may consume them in the moment. Read.
And they fell upon their faces and said, Oh God, the God.
Look, at this point in time, God don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear it. Let me do my work. Let me do my thing. Leave me alone right now. He said, they fell upon their faces and said, what?
Oh God,
oh God,
the God of the spirits
the God of the
flesh.
Spirits of all flesh. So don't even stop asking me dumb questions. Do you think God is a man or a woman? He's neither.
Type of question.
And that's the question that people ask. God is not a man, and God is not a woman.
You cut off. If you ask that question, you cut off, bro.
He's not a man,
Son of
and
man.
he's not a woman. He said, neither is he the son of man.
Nor is he the son of man.
Okay? He is the God of the spirits of all flesh. He's the God of the spirits over all flesh. He is the highest form in the spiritual realm. That's what that is. And we just have a piece or a section of his spirit. So, and I read in Job, he said, God gathered his spirit.
Everybody
said,
dead.
everybody dead.
Everybody dead one time.
Everybody dead.
He said it in Job.
In Job.
If
I gather my spirit, everybody dead. We have a piece. We have a piece of God in us.
That's the life we blew. That's the breath of life.
A piece, a fraction, a small piece that keeps the body motivated. And that small piece that we have in us, we can increase it. We can increase it by doing good. We can increase it by doing law. We can increase the good in us. We all have righteousness and good in us.
That's the spirit.
We know what is good from what is evil.
That's right.
You know right from wrong.
That's right.
You know when you have to pull back and not pull back. But the wickedness and the evil that I have committed in my life caused me to push towards the side that God don't accept. Read.
Oh God, the God of the spirit
Spirits of all flesh.
Shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the
Yeah,
congregation?
we see what he
He
has.
wiping out the whole congregation.
He about to wipe out everybody.
Everybody.
God ain't say that. Did God say that? No. But he already perceived.
That was going to happen.
Moses was so close with God that he knew the mind of God, that he knew what God was going to do. He said, oh no, he going to kill everybody. He going to wipe everybody. Man, why do you think God can't have to step in with David? Had to send Abigail. Because David was going to ramp on the whole, on the whole. He's going to kill everybody.
He said,
The
you
word.
was gonna die too.
And two,
Trust me.
You see why David was going to do that? Because I did you good and you returned me evil for the good that I did for you.
Pop a lot of junk.
Not, and you pop a lot of junk behind it. But that's why David was going to roll on him. That's not a light thing, a good thing to do. When you return a person evil for the good that he did for you. You can't do that, man. That will have anybody angry and ready to wipe you out, stomp you out.
Yeah, sparks anger.
Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and the Bible.
He said, I want to tell the congregation, get up,
Tell them to
separate yourself from the tabernacle of Dathan, Korah, and the Bible. Move away from
I'm
it.
gonna kill everybody.
Because if you don't want to move away from them, then you're going to die with them.
You're
You're going to die with them.
All y'all get away from
Tom Sheet.
Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram. And the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men.
Leave. I'm going to tell you again. Depart again, I pray you, from the tents. Look, and Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, see, he already told you already, Moses. He said, man, I done told you already to get away from him. Here you go, going back to the man. I done told you, listen, man, get away. Depart from the tents of these wicked men, because it's going to go down. And if you don't depart, I'm going to take you with them. You're going down. Read.
I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs.
He said, I pray you from the tents of these wicked men, and don't touch nothing that belongs to them. Watch the things that we take people, because the person that you took it from is condemned, which makes everything that comes from him condemned. And then I go and snatch it and take it to myself, which makes me condemn. And that's why you don't notice how these righteous and pious men
never took.
They wasn't really too stern on taking things.
Abraham said, I'm not taking nothing.
Taking. If they didn't have, they did without. If they didn't have, they did without.
I know God.
If that was like that then, imagine now where people is so 10 times worse than the people that I read here in the book.
Abraham said, you said it will make
10 times worse than the people I read here in the book. Read.
And he spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men.
Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men.
And touch nothing of theirs.
Don't touch nothing of theirs.
Lest ye be consumed in all their sins.
Lest you be consumed. Lest I consume you in all their iniquities.
So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tent.
Dathan and Abiram came out. They right there in the entrance of their tent. Right in the tent. Read.
And their wives, and their sons,
their sons,
and their little
the
children.
babies, the little ones,
And Moses said, hereby ye shall
the
know.
babies, the little ones, the sons, their wives. These guys, what these guys did, they condemned their whole family,
Everything.
condemned their whole house,
Everything that
the
belongs to
poor woman, the poor children, the poor babies, the daughters, certain things a man do, you condemn even your daughters.
touch them too. Yeah.
Touch them too.
For everybody. So
Because
please touch everybody.
why I say your daughters? Because in Exodus he said, remember the sins of the fathers upon the sons. You remember your iniquities upon your own son. But now things done metastasize and increase. The daughters and the girls is increased, that the girls is included in it.
They pop off. Yeah.
Because why? Because look how these look. The girls is included in it.
Iniquity increased.
Increased. Everything increased. Read.
And Moses said, hereby ye shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works.
Yeah. He said, today you're going to know that God used me to do everything that you done envision with your eyes. God used me as a tool to deliver you out of Egypt. God used me out of the whole 40 years you was in wilderness. He used me to guide you and to do certain things. You don't know today.
I didn't come to you on my own.
Right, read.
Well,
I didn't want to come to you. I didn't want nothing to do with you.
Really did.
But God said, man, listen, you're the man for the job.
That's it.
I got to do it. He said, don't ask me this thing again.
That's right. Your brother coming.
Read.
For I have not done them of mine own mind.
He said, man, I didn't do nothing on mine. I didn't do this on my own. I'm following orders. I'm following what God commanded me to do with you people. I didn't do this on my own mind. Read.
And if these men die, the common death of all men.
There it is. He said, if these men die, the common death of all men. What is the common death? A regular death. You go, you lay up your feet, you die, your spirit leave you, and that's it. Right? These men die the common death. Read.
Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord has not sent
me. God ain't sent me. If these guys die a common death, then God ain't sent me. All right? Those are some heavy words to say, man. Now God got to come out of his place to prove that I did send him.
I did send him.
They didn't realize this. They didn't pick this up. How this man was in that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't use the bathroom. He up in that mountain for 40 days. You want to play with something like that? And then at the end of the 40th day and 40th night, he came down. His face is shining. His face was radiant beams shooting from his face.
That's from being in the presence of God.
And the beams wasn't no regular beams.
Blind.
No, the people backed up from it. It was too bright. Too many people like, well, what in the world? The man's face shone. They had to put a veil over his face. That didn't serve as a purpose or some type of meaning to you people. Then they was cut off. I'm telling you, all those people, look, that's why God killed them in the wilderness. Because they was already cut off from jump. God already saw in them that they could not serve God. So that's why he let, not everybody. It wasn't everybody. But the ones, these got specific ones, were certain ones that couldn't serve God. So God led them towards that way. The way that they went. Read.
But if the Lord make a new thing.
Make a new thing.
And the earth open her mouth.
And
swallow them up.
That ain't no earthquake.
That's a new thing.
That's a new thing.
A new thing.
The earth opened up.
Just opened up.
Swallowed them and closed right back.
No sinkhole.
They went down into Sheol, which is called the pit, alive. And died again. And right in the... Read.
And swallow them up with all that appertain unto them.
Everything that belonged to them.
And they go down quick into the pit.
Uh-huh.
Then ye shall understand that these men had provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, and the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertain unto Korah.
Everything.
He said it before that.
Right.
You say listen to
Right.
Moses.
Listen to Moses.
Yes.
Everything that belonged to them went down. After Moses done made an end of saying everything what he
Soon as he
said,
said.
soon as he was done, he said the ground claved asunder to split. You know, the sound and the shaking and the tremble that the vibration that they felt on that earth at that time as it split open to swallow up that means it had to split open underneath them. Right underneath them.
Yeah.
That's why God said, get away.
Get away from the tents.
Because if you don't get away, you're going to get swallowed up.
The area is marked.
The area is already marked. You already marked the area where the area is going to open up at. Right where you at. Get in your tent, your wife, your children, the little ones, everything that belongs to you. Stay right there. You guys, get away. Now look, think now. They know stay right there and you standing here. No, you're too close.
No.
You got to go miles and miles away because this split is going to be a large split. It's going to be a large split to where everything gets swallowed up, everything that belonged to them. Because everything is right.
It's Dathan.
That's right.
Byron.
And they all got
They
their
all
families.
spread it out.
And they got their own families. So that's big.
Imagine that sight.
Goats, sheep, everything we got.
Yep.
Is oxen.
So, Jerry.
And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto and all their goods. And they and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit. And the earth closed upon them. And they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them.
All Israel that was around them, they fled at the what?
At the cry
At
of
the
them.
cry of them.
Them crying and screaming.
It was a
Horrifying
sound, horrifying cries that it shook the people and they backed up like, man. Like they looked at them like, y'all done messed up.
Yeah, we still too close.
Let me back up some more, man.
And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said, lest the earth swallow us up also.
Now you're afraid. Now you scared.
You don't want to stand up with them now.
Now you don't want to stand with these people. Now you're afraid, huh? Now you're afraid.
Yeah,
actions. Demonstration is what caused you to be afraid. Read.
And there came out a fire from the Lord. And consumed the
250 princes
that opened it.
To 250 princes, they thought they got away. All right, you two guys, you 250 princes, I'm gonna do y'all different. The earth gonna swallow these three, Dathan, Korah, and the Bible,
And his family.
and his family and everything that belonged to him. Yeah. But you two dudes, said fire from God came down from heaven and consumed them, burnt them up, and this fire was only ordered to consume their bodies. There's no singe on their clothes. That was the same fire that God used to burn up Aaron's 2 sons.
Yeah.
God told Aaron, he said, man, don't cry. Don't mourn, don't cover your head. Let wrath break forth on the whole congregation.
Don't cry. Not even inside.
No.
Not even in here, man.
Let God wrath break forth. Which means, listen, sometimes we gotta muffle our emotions. That's right.
That's correct.
Even for your own child.
That's right.
Because you done ordered and told your child and taught him right from wrong. But he chose to do the opposite of what you taught him.
Right.
So now God steps in. He ain't gonna tell you don't cry, but you gotta perceive, man. I can't cry. You know when you gotta understand that? You know how you understand that?
Yeah.
Because when you order a child and tell the child what to do, what not to do, and he go against your will by doing opposite of what you're showing them, and he do opposite from what you're showing them, and then something happens to him, don't cry.
It's true.
Don't cry. I gotta hold back. Because you wasn't crying for God. You wasn't crying when he offended God.
Right.
You wasn't crying, first of all, when we break the
That's why
laws
I'm
and the
telling you
commandments
this.
of God, we offend God first, and then you offend the person.
That's right.
Then you offend the person.
That's right.
You wasn't crying for
I
that.
can't do this.
And that is only a certain type of mentality. We realize the type of man Samuel was. The type of man Samuel was that cried for God because Saul rejected him. Saul despised him. And then God had to go to Samuel and say, you ain't the one he rejected. He said, it's me. He said, man, easy. He told him, he said, don't take it personal. But that's the righteous mentality. That's the way a righteous man gonna think. They gonna take everything personal for God.
Yeah.
You violate God, you don't violate the man that has committed himself to God.
Yeah.
So he gonna feel the way too.
That's right.
He gonna feel violated too.
You violating who I honor.
That's right. Tom Street. So now the 250 men that offered up incense. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto them.
Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hollow.
They're hollow. At this point in time, the 250 princes is dead. Because fire from God came down and consumed them. Like before what I said, that was the same fire from God that consumed Nadab and Abihu for offering up strange fire. Now, how I learned it was strange, it wasn't a concoction because I didn't read it there. What made the fire strange was because what Aaron said, what Moses said. It was not brought before the tabernacle.
You didn't come here.
You didn't come before the tabernacle to offer up this incense, offer up this offering. That's what made it strange.
Or was it offered in the tabernacle?
Right.
It's a spot.
Right.
So if I offer it outside of the tabernacle,
strange.
it's strange. In the
It's
tabernacle
strange.
is a spot.
That's right.
You can go anywhere.
And they was already in the tabernacle, but there's a designated area where they were supposed to do that offering. They wasn't at that area. They was somewhere else. And God killed them for it.
That's what made it strange.
So Moses went, he said, listen, take the offering and bring it before the tabernacle and eat it before the tabernacle. He sought for it, he looked for it, but it wasn't brought before the tabernacle. But Aaron spoke wisely. Aaron was a wise man. Aaron said, listen, would God have accepted the offering if, see, it wasn't bought, they got rid of it. He said, why wasn't it bought before the offering? He said, because God wouldn't accept it anyway, because it wasn't bought before the tabernacle from jump, from the beginning.
Right.
So it wasn't going to be accepted. And it was wise to Moses, and Moses accepted it, and it was dead. It was dead. He was right. So, okay, I'll see what I meant. He said, the senses of these sinners against their own soul, let them make the broad plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are hallowed, and they shall be a sign unto the sons of Israel. Now these senses were still hallowed, were still holy. Even though the people went and did what they did with it, it was still holy. So they took that and made it for a covering of the altar, right? And Eleazar, the priest, took the brazen censer wherewith they that were burnt had offered. And they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial to the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. God made an example. He made a heavy example out of these people. A heavy example out of these people. So don't even think to come before me about you're going to offer up some offering and you are not designated to do these offerings. Don't even think. Because you're going to be just, what I did with them, I'm going to do this. It's going to go down with you. You see, but on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured. The next day, they murmured and complained against Aaron and Moses. After all this catastrophic things that went down, the next day, they murmured against Moses and Aaron. And that they looked towards the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it. The appearance of God appeared again upon the tabernacle again after they started murmuring, right? And behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared.
Then Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation.
Said, man, get up from among this congregation, man.
That I may consume them as in a moment.
Said, man, I'm about to consume these people. Read.
And they fell upon their faces.
And they fell upon their faces.
And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly into the congregation, and make an atonement for them.
See that? See that? God wasn't hearkening to nobody saying nothing now. He said, man, these people done seen what went down. The next day, you got a gathering of people that started murmuring against Moses and Aaron again, right after Dathan and Abiram and Korah died, got swallowed up. So now, Moses, this instance here now, Moses can't help you.
Yeah, you can't say that.
At this point in time, Moses can't say nothing to God.
You put yourself out there.
Can't say nothing. Look at Aaron. He said, oh. See, Moses knew his place, and he knew certain things didn't pertain to him. So he had to go to Aaron. He said, listen, you go, hurry up. He said, get your censers. What else? He said, go get your incense and go quickly
into the congregation.
Into the congregation.
And make an atonement for them.
Make an atonement for them.
But there is wrath going out to the Lord.
Wrath going out before God.
The plague
has begun. They are nowhere near that plague. But Moses, Aaron couldn't even perceive it. If Moses wouldn't have said nothing, they would have been dropped. Everybody. Moses perceived that the anger of God is going out and the plague has begun. He said, listen, man, the only thing to stop, because at this point, God didn't give him no warning to where he could intercede and give him a chance to say something. You see that?
And make them do.
Right, because he already know, man, listen, Moses is my dog. And he going to come in, he going to plead for him, and I'm going to end up listening. So now guess what? Look, that's right. Right, I was stop you. So now look.
Right.
Immediately he shot it out. Right now.
And Moses peeped it.
He said, that man was high level, man. Moses was a high level man with God. No, he didn't give him a chance to plead for him. He didn't give him a chance to say nothing. He just sent the plague out.
Gonna listen to him.
Yeah, God gonna listen to him. He sent the plague out. So what he said? He said, damn. He said, he ain't listening to me. He said, all right. He said, Aaron. He said, up. Get the censer and go out quickly.
He said, I know what to do.
Go out quickly, because the man know how to stop. He know how to put the anger of God at a halt. He know how to stop it. He know how to appease it. He knew how to appease the anger of God. He knew that. He said the plague has begun among the people.
And Aaron took as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation. And behold, the plague was begun among the people, and he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living.
He stood between the dead and the living. That death angel was rampant. Like a wave. When he got like a wave. Yeah. When he got to Aaron, the plague stopped.
There's a line.
He had to stop. He said, "Oh, I can't pass this one. This guy here represents God, like I told you before."
That's right.
There were certain things that death angel respected and that Aaron had on him. Read.
And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed.
Mm-hmm.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah.
Right.
And Aaron returns unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Mm-hmm. All right, go to Psalms 25.
Aaron didn't even peep it.
No, he didn't. Moses. The only one that peeped that was Moses. Got it? Psalms 25. Psalms 25.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. O my
Unto
God.
thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
O my God, I trust in thee.
Mm-hmm.
Let me not be ashamed.
Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Now, ashamed. When you're ashamed, those are when you have developed feelings of shame. Okay?
Guilt.
Now, when you have feelings of shame, when you have feelings of shame is when you have strong regrets of the wrong that you did. Strong regrets. You regret the things that you did. You can regret things that you did that was wrong, that was against man. And you can regret the things that you did that was wrong, that was against God. But in order to have strong regrets of the things that you did with God, I have to have a conscience. Because only people with a conscience is going to have feelings of shame or strong regrets. You see how it coincide with each other.
They have a conscience.
Right. It has to coincide. He said, okay, so go ahead, read.
Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
He said, let not my enemies triumph over me. You know what triumph means? Rejoice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that? You know what else? I'm gonna dig it in simple terms. Don't let these dudes get a win off of me.
Yeah.
Don't let these dudes get a strike off of me. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Read.
And let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
Yea, let none that wait on thee, let none that have hope in God be ashamed.
Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause.
Let them be ashamed that transgress without cause. Bogdim requam. Requam means in vain. He said, let them be ashamed that transgress in vain. That you sin in vain. In vain means nothing. When you speak the name of God in vain, when a person has a lot of vain, he's a vain person. That's a person.
For no reason.
That's a person that does things for no reason. He don't have to have a reason to do this. I don't have to have a reason to do this. I read in one part of the book. He said, was there not a cause? What's the reason?
David said that.
Yeah, what situation was that?
Jonathan. He said,
what is my cause?
What did I do?
He said, what did I do before your father that he seeketh my life?
Chase me down.
He said, what's the cause? What's the reason? That puts Saul in a vain position. When you start to do things vainly before God. And now we are able to perceive and see when we do things in vain before God, or we do things in vain to each other. I did this to you, and there was no cause for me to do this to you. You didn't give me a reason to do this to you, but I still did it. That's vain people. Tamshi.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways. Show me thy ways. Hold that right there on verse 4, right? He said, let them be ashamed which transgress without cause, right? I said that transgress in vain. Now, the word for transgress is bogdim, come from the word bagad. Bagad means to transgress, and bagad means to be treacherous. Now, treacherous, a treacherous person. Treacherous, right? Bagad also means treacherous, and it means to be unreliable. To rely on. Can't count on the person. So it came to me immediately, in order for my parents to rely on me, we have to be around. Got to be accountable. And that's why I could tell you that none of our fathers, once their parents, if the sons wasn't set on a destiny or on a journey to go on a mission, like Jacob set on a mission, certain men were set on a mission. Other than that, they didn't leave the side of their parents. That's right. Tobit stayed with his parents. To where the wife, she said, we depend, our life is wrapped up in our son. We need his help. And you done sent him away and he ain't came back yet. So Tobit looked at him and said, man, ease yourself. I'll go back to the chapter later. But he told him, man, chill, man. Chill out. Next thing she see, Tobias popping up. He said, man, but Tobias was a righteous man coming from his father. He said, listen, he told, was it Raphael? He said, listen, man, the time has expired. Okay? I was only supposed to be on this journey for a certain length of time.
Way out.
I gotta hurry up and get back because they're gonna start worrying. I gotta go back, man. Saul with the sheep. His father's flock. Saul said, man, listen, I'm seeking the sheep. He gonna stop caring about the sheep and worrying about me.
That's right.
I gotta go back now. Only right. This book teaches us the mind and the mentality of righteous and pious men that was accepted of God. And in order to be accepted of God, this is the path that we have to walk in. This is the path that we have to walk in. Okay? This is the path that we have to walk in to be accepted of God. He said, let them be ashamed which transgressed. Right? Now, let me go back to what I said. Bogdim means to be treacherous, also means treacherous, and it means to be unreliable. Right? It also means providing insecure footing and support. You know what's providing insecure footing and support? I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to use me for an example. My father had teachers here. Right? I leave off talking about I'm opening my own camp. I'm not supporting what my father is setting up. I'm starting my own thing. Right. Those are treacherous actions.
That's right.
Treacherous actions.
True crimes.
I'm doing my own thing.
That's right.
Okay? My camp name is Camp Hooligan. This is the camp of the hooligans. I got my own thing going on over here, Abba. And that's treacherous.
Yes, sir.
The book shows us what treachery is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my emotions take the best of me. When my father yelled at me and hit me and boom, and sit there and cry, I ain't coming back. I ain't going. That's just talk. It just gotta be talk. Don't act on it. Stick your tail between your legs and come on back. Come on back. You know how many times I said that?
Yeah.
Gotta come back. Because the good took over the evil.
Yes.
Yeah, I had evil in me and told me to run off. Don't come back. But the good that you have in you gotta muffle that evil, and you have to act upon the good that you have in you. Treacherous. The book tells us what is treacherous. Not providing insecure footing and support. Which means when I don't support, secure the footing and the support that my Father has established, you are in a treacherous way. You're being treacherous now. That's right.
Because you're against it.
That's right, because you're against it. Tamshi.
Show me thy ways.
Show me thy ways. If God don't show you his ways, then who's going to show you? How are you going to learn the ways of God? When God show you his ways, he directs your feet. He guides you. That's what God did with Cain and Abel. Because Cain was not good before God, he guided him and directed him towards doing what he did. He guided him and directed him towards killing his own brother and offering up something that God did not accept. That God did not accept that offering. So he guided him towards that way. Number one, because he didn't have no good in him. He didn't take heed. He didn't improve. And guess what? It was a long space of time. It was so much space of time that transpired that God gave him a chance to correct himself. Had a more than enough time. And throughout all that time, do you know that one point that was showed to me was cut off? Means he was cut off from the conversation with God. Communication. He was cut off from communication with God, something like Saul. But he wasn't 100% cut off and sanctioned to be written in the earth. No. He was just cut off from communication. Because of what he did to God, to offend God. God gave him commands and strict orders, and he went against it. Same thing like Cain.
He's still covered.
But I'm still covered, but I'm not dealing with you. I'm angry with you. Same thing with a father and his son. I'm mad at my son. I don't want to talk to you. But let somebody run down on him and see if the father. Look, you know what I realized that? You know when I seen that? The Muslim guy next door. He had a son, and his son was wilding at a point in time to where he was getting jumped. The man could barely walk. The man came out there. He was mad at his son. But I bet you he came out there to protect his son. Went to the point that he wasn't even talking to him. But he heard dudes was out there jumping him. He ran out there and to protect his own blood. The same situation with God. Man. Where was that?
4.
Wait, okay, you're right. He said, and when God shows you his ways, he directs and guides you towards doing the things that is lawful and right by God. Now, this take a certain type of righteousness. You have to have a certain amount of righteousness in you for God to guide you and direct you towards the right way. Because we need God to show us these right and correct ways, because we don't have a prophet or a priest to go to explain none of this to us. Right. So God got to lead us, right? Mm-hmm. He said, not allow now towards the right and correct way, not allowing you to follow your own wanton ways, not allowing you to follow your own thoughts, your own wanton ways. Read. He says, show me thy ways, O Lord.
Teach me thy path.
Lead
me in thy truth.
Lead me in thy truth.
And teach me.
For
thou art the God of my salvation. On thee.
Now let me go back, because I messed up. Going back to what I said, right?
Yeah.
In Isaiah 55, I remember it says, It says, let the wicked forsake or abandon his ways, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Forsake your ways and forsake those evil and unrighteous thoughts.
Leave those thoughts alone. Don't entertain it.
You gotta be able to channel your ways according to the ways of God. You gotta be able to channel your thoughts and compare it to the thoughts or the way God thinks. Okay? We gotta be careful of these things, because the only way to figure this out is by reading the book. Then and only then you will learn the ways of the Creator and the way God thinks. It's all through the book. It's all through the book. But one thing, you can read it. Read it from day to night next year. But if I don't gain the attention of God, He ain't going to show it to you. So my ways and my actions has to be clean according to what God says, for God to open your eyes to certain things. Okay, read.
Lead me in thy truth and
teach me.
For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day.
On thee do I wait all day. I didn't put my trust in no man. And I don't trust in man. My trust and my hope is in you, oh Lord. So I'm going to sit right here and wait. If you don't come and show me, then I'm just going to sit here. I ain't going nowhere, because my trust is in you. Read.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindness.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies, your loving kindness, for they have been ever of old, and it ain't going out. God multiplies and multiplies and multiplies his mercy over. And he said, look, I read in the book where it said, if God didn't multiply his mercy, he said, we'd be all dead.
Right.
Everybody would be dead. So he got to multiply his mercy so that he don't wipe you out. So that he don't wipe you out and give you a chance. See, one thing we got to realize, God gave every man a chance. He gave you enough rope to hang yourself to. He gave you a chance to make repairs. We hang our own self. He gave you enough rope, gave you a chance to deliver. Like the story I hear so many times. People say, the guy is in deep waters. He said, I'm waiting on God. But the ship came by to deliver him and get him out the water.
And you talking about he waiting on God.
And you talking about he waiting on God. That's God right there. That's showing you the good. He said, man, God sent the ship to get you out the ocean. But so many times that the ship came by to get you out, you keep talking about you waiting on God. He's okay. Now you see the shark.
Okay.
I should have got on that shit.
Yeah.
See the shark coming. And he ain't going to spare you. He smell blood. You're a dinner to him. You're filet mignon. He going to eat you. God done sent the ship 3 times.
Right. You overholding it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You overholding it.
Yeah.
That's a good one right there.
All right.
Tamshi.
Remember not the sins of my youth.
Remember not the sins of my youth. But in order for God not to remember the sins of their youth, you got to stop repeating it. I got to stop sinning. I got to stop repeating and doing the things that is unlawful and not righteous by God. Read.
Nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me.
According to your mercies, O Lord, remember me. You know what that is? To ask God to remember me? To remember me and not put me out of your mind? That's something else when God remembers you. He don't forget you. Man. Read, go ahead.
Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake.
For thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Read.
Good and upright is the Lord.
Good and upright is the Lord. Tobka. El Shaddai.
Tov God. Good.
Tov God. Good is God, right? Tov where Yashad El Shaddai. Tov is agreeable with God. That's the good that God is talking about.
God
being able to agree with God. Being agreeable with God. Right? Now, uprightness. Yashad. Meaning straightforward. Right? Straight. When straight meaning
You're
exhibiting.
Yeah.
When you're exhibiting, you show.
You show it.
You emanate. You showing honesty. Right, you see my action.
I ain't hiding.
Exhibiting honesty and fairness. Right? Free from extraneous matters. Now that tells you the type of person you are by the matters you get into. Extraneous matters are matters that is of no avail, that holds no meaning, that holds no grounds. This is a foolish matter. A person with wisdom that's pursuing righteousness, he's going to perceive that this matter is foolishness. In our words, miss me with all that foolishness. I don't want nothing to do with it.
That's right.
Okay? Upright, showing strict regard for what is morally right. And an upright man has a conscience that's conscientious. All right? Just, conforming to that which is right. When you conform, you adapt yourself. To adapt yourself means to program yourself. We got to reprogram ourselves to accept everything that is in this book that is going right. This is a reprogram. I got to reprogram myself. We all got to reprogram ourselves. Even though if you was or was not raised in these laws, the ways of America is still in you, even though I wasn't taught it. Because that's what's in us naturally. The ways and the customs of these people. We're trying to replace those ways with the ways of God. So now this is called a reprogram, right? Go ahead. Now, hold up. He said, good and upright is the Lord, right? Tamshi.
Therefore will he teach sinners in the way.
Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. Read.
The meek will he guide in judgment.
The meek, the humble, the meek will he guide, will he lead in judgment.
And the meek will he teach his way.
And the meek will he teach his way. Which means you got to have a certain amount of meekness and humbleness with you for God to show you.
That's right.
If you don't have no meekness and humbleness in you, God is not going to show you his ways because those are the attributes of God. Right? The attributes of the Creator. Mercy, compassionate, kind, long suffering. These are the attributes of the Creator, just like that. Adversary has attributes. Wily or willy. Subtle. Cunning, sly.
Slick is clever.
Okay, clever. These are the attributes of the adversary. Okay, read.
All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth.
All the paths of God are mercy and truth. The ways of God is set up through mercy and truth. Mercy and truth, read.
Unto such as keep his covenant.
Unto such that keep his covenant and his testimonies. Unto such that keep the agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement, man? Because God went into covenant with the children of Israel hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before, thousands of years before. When they came out of Egypt, and it was before God at the grounds of Mount Sinai.
That's what the deal
that was the deal. That was when the deal was made.
Yeah.
That was the agreement. When God's presence came down on that mountain, Moses skipping at the presence of God, is on fire, smoke. Look, All you heard was a voice coming out of that,
Said,
coming out of that,
"There was a
coming
voice."
out of that, coming from there. Tom, see?
For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great.
Uh-huh.
What man is he that feareth the Lord?
What verse you at?
I'm at 12.
Okay. He said, for thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon my iniquities. You know what pardon is? Pardon is basically saying, listen, man, give me a pass and don't bring it up again. Don't bring it up again. Yeah, that's what pardon means. Give me a little pass. Give me a pass. I ain't gonna mess up no more, but just don't throw it in my face no more. Pardon.
Forgive me.
Forgive me. Tom, see?
For thy name's sake,
He said,
Lord,
pardon me
pardon
for my iniquities,
is
for it is great.
What man is he
What man is he
that feareth the Lord?
that feareth God? Show me the man that feared God, man. Where is the man that feared God? What is fear? Fear is what stops you from sinning. In order for you to stop sinning and breaking the commandments of God, you have to be afraid. And this is why people go back and forth and we sin presumptuously for God because we don't fear. We don't have no fear. We ain't born with the fear. We got to develop this fear. God got to put you through certain situations so that you can develop the fear. Now, certain times, listen to this now. Certain times, she already told you. You know what's next? I'm going to allow him be sure. Sit down and stop moving around, Johnny. All right? It's going to escalate now. No more Johnny. It's Hector.
That's my friend.
Okay? I'm not playing with you.
That's my friend.
You forget what I was saying. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Now, the fear of God, we got to develop that. Oh, no, okay now. People develop it in two ways. God put you through certain things. God put you through certain things.
Ordeals.
Certain ordeals. Certain situations. And you can develop your fear through that. Because you'll be afraid to violate that law that you got in there because that's a prudent mind. Yeah. Listen, a person that can peep is wrong. Govern yourself, discipline yourself, and pull back. Now you have certain people that will learn off of your experience.
I see what happened to him.
I seen what happened to this guy. Now I know that there is a God.
It don't have to happen to me.
It don't happen. It don't have to happen to me. But this thing here that you done seen in the vision, it'll die.
Yeah.
It will die. What I mean by it will die, you have to keep igniting it.
That moment alive.
You got to keep that fire burning. Which means I have to be talking about this situation constantly and revving myself up, hyping myself up, pushing myself towards.
Like it happened yesterday.
Like it happened yesterday. So that you can develop that fear. That fear
has to be developed.
Has to be developed. He said, what?
What man is he that feareth the Lord?
What man is he that feareth God?
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. Read.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
His soul shall dwell at ease. Read.
And his seed shall inherit the earth.
You hear that, man? You hear that, man? His soul
shall dwell at ease.
Nafsho, Betol, Talim. Right? His soul is good.
Yeah, his soul will be good.
His spirit is good.
That's what he needs.
Spirit is good. You're not going to be chased and ravished. And none of that's happening. Read.
And his seed shall inherit the earth.
And his seed shall inherit the earth. Read.
The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him.
The secret of God is with them that fear him. It's with them that fear him, which means God don't reveal every and anything to everybody.
Everybody ain't gonna get it.
He only reveals certain things to certain people. Read.
And he will show them his covenant.
And he will show them his covenant.
Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord.
Mine eyes are ever towards God.
For he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted.
I'm desolate and afflicted. Read.
The troubles of my heart are enlarged. Oh, bring down me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies.
Look upon my affliction and my pains. Consider what I'm going through. That's heavy. In order for God to have mercy on you, he got to consider what he's putting on you.
So you know what? It's a little too much.
Like,
Shall we ease up?
that's when you know when the angel, God allowed the death angel to ram
Hit up.
to hit up.
All over Jerusalem.
And he was about to go into Jerusalem.
Yeah.
God stopped him. He stopped him because he considered the affliction and the pain. He considered already what I put the people through. He said, okay, stop. I ain't gonna make because that angel was gonna make utter destruction. He ain't gonna stop till God stop him. He was gonna continue to wipe out. And wipe out. And wipe out. That's enough. When King David looked up, he said he seen the angel of God suspended in mid-heaven with his sword drawn. He said, alas, O Lord. He said, these sheep. He said, it's enough. He said, these sheep ain't doing nothing. He said, do it. He said, put it on me and my father's house. Okay? Which means a king or a person with some type of authority or a righteous man is not going to allow you to pay for what he did.
Yes.
I'm not going to allow these people to pay for what I did. That's the righteous way of thinking. Tom sheep. Oh no, my bad. He said, the troubles of my heart are enlarged. Oh, bring down me out of my distresses. Look upon my affliction and my pain and forgive all my sins. Consider my enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with a cruel hatred. Oh, keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me. The integrity and the uprightness that David had in him is what preserved him and kept him alive. Now, the word for integrity, it says my innocence, my honesty, my sincerity with you, O Lord. This is what preserved me and kept me alive.
That's how I know he was good.
That's right. He said, redeem Israel, O God, out of all his troubles. Let's go. You're going to go into Exodus 17, but before we go into there, we're going to hit up another chapter in Psalms, and then we're going to hit up Exodus 17.
Hey, that's how I know it's going to be good. Nobody's there like him as well. Nobody.
Psalm.
Different.
What's it, Psalm?
Oh, I ain't said the Psalms yet. I'm trying to find. I lost the part where I was going to go into, but I know I'm going into Exodus 17. But before I go into that, I want to go into a song. This song that I have. Go into Psalms 82. Go to Psalms chapter 82. Got it?
Mm.
It said, God standeth in the congregation of God. That's the pronunciation in the Hebrew. I gotta say it in that verse, man. It holds so much more meaning. It says Elohim Nizab Be'adat El. Okay? Elohim is also used for God and is also used for judges. Right? It said God standeth in the congregation of gods. Look, man, God, we done depleted our powers with the Creator. When I went into last week, Jeremiah 13, when it says supreme authority, brother pulled it to my attention. Supreme authority is also the power that we had over the angelic hosts. Not angelic hosts, that we had power over the creations. Why I say that? When Joshua stopped the sun. We lost that. That's supreme authority. We lost that. And that's what I was like, man, you correct.
The sun stand out.
He said, stop the sun,
Stop
man.
the moon in the back.
Joshua stopped the sun. Stop the moon.
Ordered the moon.
At that point in time was the time when time stopped. That was one time in history where time was at a standstill. We lost that, man. We lost that. We don't have that no more because we done fell from the grace of God. We don't believe. We don't believe, man. We do not believe that the results and the repayments of iniquity is sin. And we're going to pay with our bodies. We're going to pay with our life. Right? It said God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. Psalms 82.
Yeah.
He judgeth among the gods. He said, how long will you judge unjustly? How long are you going to continue to judge matters unjustly? How long are you going to continue to deal with matters being partial? How long are you going to deal with situations and siding with the wicked or siding with a person that's wrong? Because when you're a judge and you're judging matters, you cannot judge.
Be partial.
You can't be partial.
That's right.
I have to be on the side of God.
That's right.
No matter who it is.
That's right.
If you're wrong, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
And you got to train yourself to do these things. Because the natural person's going to side with his relative.
Right.
With his brother. The only time I side with my brother is when it's against the heathen. My brother is never wrong when it's dealing with these guys.
Right. Right.
When I pull my brother on the inside, I'm going to look at him and I say, yo, man, you're wrong, bro. You shouldn't have did that, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But I will never show the heathens the disunity and the separation between me and them.
Supposed to.
I'm not going to show that.
That's right.
Whatever we go through it behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
But when we go out there, they'll never know what's going on between me and this guy here.
Right.
Never. No matter what it is. No matter what it is. Because now they feel that they can infiltrate now. Now you must feel you could do something to this guy. And this guy gonna side with you. No, the same one that you think gonna side with you, gonna take your head off.
That's right.
He's my brother. Remember Hector?
Okay.
Remember his little brother?
Okay.
The oldest brother said, yo, man, we made a pact. We made an agreement. We invite people to our house. We made a pact. We're creating peace. This little dude, Parrish, sneaking off with Agamemnon's wife.
Who we making peace with?
Who we making peace with. So he said, man, what you doing, man? He said, you invite hospitality, you become hospitable, and you take a man's kindness and take his wife.
In his house.
So I said, no, we going.
It was in his house.
It was in there.
It was in the king's house.
in Agamemnon's crib.
Yeah, they was in his.
They was over there.
Agamemnon.
That's a hard name. That's a hard name.
Agamemnon.
It's in there.
It's in there.
Yeah.
It's in there. Yeah, he was a real
Those are
character.
real Greeks,
It's real
real
Greeks, man.
Real Greeks, real Romans. All those names and Sparta, real names.
Yeah, it really exists.
From Greeks and Roman history
I got
that settled up. He said, how long will you judge unjustly and what? Accept
the persons
of
of the wicked.
the wicked. Now that is something else. That means a lot. When it's now the word for accept, it means to lift up, to exalt, to peer, to support. If I do all these things, you accepted him.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing accepting this guy? And he's against God.
Right.
He's against God.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I accept people that's against the Creator?
Mm-hmm.
Now we gotta learn what is the actions and what is the things that we do that God look at and say that we accepted them. Now we see why when we read the book, our forefathers did not deal with heathens or with the nations, should I say? Because when you read the book, nowhere in there it says heathens. Anytime it says heathens or whatever, as I've read too, and I picked it out and checked it out too, it means going, it means with the nations. And our forefathers was commanded to stay away from the nations. They didn't deal with these people.
No, they weren't around.
It wasn't. The Hittites that was around Abraham. Right.
Abraham time.
That was an Abraham
That
time.
was still when it belonged to them.
Right.
It was still Canaan land.
Right. That's the beginning. When everything is just starting, and he had to dwell around them, but he had to deal with them, but he still kept the distance.
Yeah, he lived on the outskirts.
Right. He lived on the outskirts.
He
He didn't dwell actually within them amongst the nations. But when he had something done, when he needed something, you see the Hittites, how they came and they wanted to give. They wanted to give him gifts. But Abraham said, nah. He said, nah, I don't want it. He said, I'm not going to take what it's true that. But he didn't imply how he felt upon his servants.
No.
You see the righteousness in
He kept
Abraham?
it at that.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to accept it. How you know your servants want? He said, well, I'll leave that decision to them. I'm not going to imply how I feel and what my do's and my don'ts upon them. So give it to them. Whoso want to take it can take it. Whoever don't want to say take it and follow after me, let it be so also. But that's the ways of the righteous. You don't imply how you feel or your decisions upon other people because God ain't do that. God gave us a choice. Accept your household. My household got to follow suit. God didn't even do that. Gave us a choice. Right? It said, accept persons of the wicked. He said, defend
the poor.
Defend the poor
and fatherless.
And fatherless.
Do justice to the afflicted.
Do justice to the afflicted and needy.
Deliver the poor and needy.
Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Now, there's certain situations a person may be afflicted or needy, and sometimes you gotta mind your business.
Yeah.
With certain situations. You better mind your business with certain situations.
Do that.
No. Certain matters you gotta keep your nose on. The time is now. It ain't to compare to these times that we read
that's
here.
For now.
The times is now.
That's right.
You gotta be able to be discerning and be aware. Wait a minute, listen here. Let me mind my business concerning this. Keep it pushing. I'm gonna mess around and lose my life.
Rope you in.
Rope you in. Right? He said, they know not. Neither would they understand. They walk on in darkness. The word for darkness, it means obscurity. right? Lacking showiness or prominence. What is showiness? Showiness is to conduct yourself. Conduct, demonstrate, or establish by argument or reason. Okay? What is prominence? Readily noticeable, conspicuous. What is conspicuous? Obvious to the eye or mind. When it's obvious to your mind, obvious to your eye, you understand. This is something
clear.
It's clear. It's clear. Okay? He said, all the foundations of the earth are out of course. The foundation of the earth in calamity. That's the course of earthquakes. When the plates start shifting and everything start bouncing and moving, the weather is out of control. Why? Because of the sins of man. Because of our lifestyle and the sins that we done took towards. So it caused the earth to be out of course. Right? He said,
ye are gods.
I have said, ye are gods. Ani Amarti, I have said, Elohim Atem, ye are gods.
And all of you are children of the Most High.
B'nai, and all of you are the sons of the Most High.
But you shall die like men.
But you shall die like men.
And fall like one of the princes.
Fall like one of the princes.
Arise.
Go ahead.
Arise, O God, judge the earth, but thou shalt inherit all nations. Okay,
so let's go to Exodus. Exodus. I think it's 7. Is it 17? Yeah, Exodus 17.
And all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin. After their journeys, according to the commandments of the Lord, and pitched in Rephidim. There was no water for the people to drink.
There ain't no water. There's no water. No water at all. Number one, the people know that there was no water. No food. They couldn't eat the cattle that was out there because those cattle that was out there was only used for the sacrifice of God, for the offerings and stuff. You gotta preserve them. Read.
Wherefore the people did chide with Moses and said.
Now the people start arguing with Moses. Arguing, murmuring, debating with Moses. What they said now?
Give us water that we may drink.
They may give us some water that we could drink, man. Say, man, you done took us in this spot here. Land, there's no water, there's nothing to eat. He said, can I get some water? Where you been? Find some water, man. Read.
Wherefore the people did chide with Moses and said, give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt the Lord?
He said, why are you arguing and chiding and murmuring? And why you coming at me?
Man?
He said, because by you coming at me, you're tempting God.
We'll get him tight.
You know how you're tempting God? Because you already know there's no water here. There's no water here. There is no water here. You see, as far as you can see, there's no water here. Tamshi.
And the people thirsted there for water.
But the people didn't have no trust in the Creator.
That's what it is.
Everything that went down, they always ended up wanting to go back to Egypt. Always wanted to revert back and go all the way back to Egypt because they didn't have no trust in God. So because they didn't have no trust, because they didn't believe in God, because they didn't believe in him, they chided and argued with Moses. But like I said, throughout the whole time that they was in the wilderness, it was a proving. This was the proving ground. This was the grounds. This was the times where God was proving these people to see if they was worthy of me dealing with these people. And you see what happened later on. How majority of them died. Tamshi.
Wherefore is this that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?
He said, man, why you bring us out of Egypt, our children, our cattle, to kill us in this wilderness with thirst. Read.
And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, what shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me.
See, this time, during these times, it wasn't the time of Joshua. It wasn't time to be sturdy and hard. It wasn't time for him to go and say, oh, you don't want to serve God, kill him. Because God realized that these people are just coming out of Egypt and they need someone that's going to work with them. They need to be managed. God saw the disposition of these people. Now, after the time of Moses, now Joshua is appointed. We done went through that time. Different times now.
Different sergeants.
Now,
listen,
time to kill.
We ain't in boot
I done
camp no
showed you my glory.
That's right.
I done proved to you who I was.
That's right.
I done did everything to prove to you. Now, Joshua, whosoever don't hearken to God gonna die.
Kill him.
You're gonna die now.
Yeah, you're not in boot camp now.
You're not in boot camp
It's the
no
real
more.
deal.
That's right.
You're in the field.
You got a new general.
That's right.
And don't play.
That's right. Tom Street.
And the Lord said unto Moses, go on before the people, and take with thee the elders of Israel.
Go on before the people and take the elders of Israel. Read.
And thy rod, wherewith thou smotest the river, take in thine hand and go. Behold, I will stand before thee.
The rod, where is who?
Where is thou smotest
Where
the
you
river?
smote the river.
We hit it.
Not me.
No, you did it.
Right?
That's right.
Now, when did Moses smoke the river? When he
crossed
split the
over,
sea.
he split the Red Sea.
When he split that sea. We said, listen, Moses cried to God. God looked at me and said, man, I done made you a God in the sight of the people. Get your rod and you go split it. Use it, man.
You do it.
Move. You do it. That's why the Lord dealt with him in such a way.
That's why.
Because I done made you a God in the eyes of the people, and you done messed up, didn't sanctify my name. Now I can't let you go for this. I can't let you go for this, man. You can't go over, and you gonna die. And where Mount Nebo? He cried. He not cried, but he begged God. He begged him, and he kept begging him, and he kept begging him. Angered God. He said, anger of God, glory got kindled a little bit. He said, man, listen here, you're not going, all right? He said, speak of this matter no more. You know what happened? He turned to the people. He turned to the people. He said, it was for your sakes. It's because of y'all, man. Why I can't go over to Jordan, man, and see this great land. Moses wanted to go over there, man. Moses wanted to see this land because, look, Moses was different, man. He said, man, the man's strength was not abated. He still had his strength. And he died. How old was he when he died? 100 and something.
120.
120. 120.
Boom. God told him, go up in the mountain and die.
Come on, son.
That's it.
That's hard,
Go
man.
up in there, find a spot, lay down.
That's hard, bro.
That's it.
That's hard. Took him before he died. He took him to that mountain.
Yeah.
Opened his eyes and showed him the whole land of was it Canaan?
Yeah, the whole
Of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The whole land.
So
To see that beautiful land now. To look at it.
I'm gonna let you see it.
While you're looking at it, the houses are already built. Vineyards and olive trees already planted.
You see it?
Yeah.
Everything is at its borders and set up.
All the valleys and streams.
Valley, stream. You look at it, man.
Countryside.
Yes, it is a good land. After he showed him that, he came down. He says, for y'all sakes. That's what he told him.
It's because of y'all.
He says, because of y'all, man. So the people would drive you to a point of no return.
Yeah. You will
The
lose
people
yourself.
would drive you to a point where you'll lose yourself, man.
Right.
Lose
drive you
yourself
crazy.
to God, man.
The people will drive you crazy. You can say it.
That's right.
It will drive you crazy.
Go ahead, I'm
Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock there, and there shall come water out of it, That the people
And thou
may
shalt
drink.
smite the rock, and water is going to come out of it, right?
That the people may drink.
That the people may drink.
And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah.
And look at here. Let me explain something. I read something and I gotta correct it. Being meek didn't jam Moses.
Say that again.
Being meek did not jam Moses. God said meek and humble is the way to God.
That's what we give this stuff to.
That's the meek. God said the meek shall inherit the earth.
That's okay.
So remember that. Don't be so quick to say things
Is not so.
that is not so.
Mhm.
Being meek didn't jam him. That was needed for the people then.
For them to survive.
For them to survive.
Get mercy from God.
Exactly.
So they can get to
Because God realized that these people are just coming out of Egypt. Okay? Just coming out of Egypt. They didn't know who Moses is. They didn't even know who God was.
They ain't even meet him yet.
They didn't even meet him yet. So God, in order to increase their fear in them and increase their belief in God, he put them through certain situations to show them his glory. Realize what I'm telling you. All right?
Oh boy.
Being meek didn't jam Moses.
No,
I wish I had the
and he was
meekness.
so close
I
to
wish I
God.
had the meekness that Moses had in him. I wish I had that
Oh,
type of
man.
meekness in him.
1 ounce.
I mean, you're a different man. Man.
Exactly. I wish I had the meekness that Moses had in him
God looked at that.
God looked
had
at that
him.
meekness.
Yes, man.
and dealt with him
Yes,
because
man.
he was
According to
meekness
that, man.
and put him to take a whole nation out of Egypt.
Yeah, to have that meekness. Good.
Tom Sheet. What you need to stop being, what we need to stop being is being envious.
Yeah.
Don't be envious. Stop sinning presumptuously. Okay? Stop sinning presumptuously. Moses didn't transgress presumptuously.
He was most faithful.
Most faithful in all his house.
Mm-hmm.
Start doing laws that you know will be lawful and right, and stop making excuses for not committing those, for violating these laws. That's what we need to realize.
Tighten up on that.
Okay?
Yeah.
Let's tighten up on those things.
Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
And he called the name of the place Massah
He called the name of the place Massah
and Meribah
and Meribah.
because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?"
Mm-hmm.
Then came Amalek.
What verse you at?
I'm at verse 8.
Okay. Read.
Then came Amalek and fought with Israel and Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, "Choose us out men and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand."
Mm-hmm.
So Joshua did as Moses had said to him and fought with Amalek. And Moses and Aaron and Hur went up to the top of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
It came to pass when Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed.
Now people say, "Oh, he was praying." No, he wasn't praying. He wasn't praying. The book didn't say he was praying. He said he held up his hands with the rod of God in his hand. And as long as he kept his hands up, Israel prevailed. That's it.
They don't know the significance of that.
It's a meaning and it's a
They
significance
wouldn't understand
with this.
They wouldn't
And
even
guess what?
understand.
It wasn't explained.
Nah, that's why they wouldn't understand.
It wasn't explained
This is
in the book.
significance to that.
So guess what? I'm gonna leave that
You
one
gotta leave
alone.
that alone.
That's right.
That's
Certain things
That's
ought to
right.
be left alone,
That's right.
not to add your own
You
opinion,
can't put
and
details
not to
on
add
it.
your own thoughts, and not to add your own details
No.
to certain things.
That's right.
That's right.
Leave it
Clear.
alone.
Make it clear.
Leave it for what it says. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass when Moses held his hand up, Israel prevailed.
Israel prevailed.
And when he let his hand down,
When his hand got weary and tired, he started to come down. Amalek prevailed.
But Moses' hands were heavy.
Now we had a beef. Amalek had a beef
Heavy beef.
with Israel from way back.
Yes.
And as we read, The beef was dead with Esau.
That's correct.
The beef was dead with Esau.
Yeah.
Esau said, man, we good.
I'm a grandson.
Now, why the beef, listen, the beef was dead with Esau, to where Jacob thought he still remembered.
Because he still wanted to kill him.
Because he knew. Even though God didn't look at it as wrong, because all that was set up from the time when God spoke to Rebekah and told Rebekah what was going to transpire and take place. So everything that happened after that had to happen. But even though it was supposed to transpire and happen, he still had regrets and he felt sorry.
Because of the way it went down.
Because of the way it went down. You don't see, he
Now
looked to his mom.
Now you want to kill
He
him.
looked to his moms and said, "Look, God, but if I do this thing, I'm going to receive a curse and not a
Yeah,
blessing."
this is something I ain't supposed to be doing.
Now realize one thing now. This situation is different
Make it clear.
than this situation today. You know why I say that? Because people say, oh, and I used to think that way. Until God put it in me to tell me, don't think that way. My mother could tell me to do something against my father and lie to her. But did God come to her and tell her that?
No.
God came to Rebekah and told her what's going to transpire and what's going to take place.
That's why she did it.
That's why that happened. That's why it
So
went
could
down.
go towards
That's why
Jacob.
everything that transpired was
Go towards
supposed to
Jacob.
happen. God didn't tell Rebekah. You know how many years that took place?
Yeah.
They grew up to that.
God ain't tell Rebekah, oh, make sure you deceive. No, it's going to happen. It's always in the work already.
It's gonna happen.
The Most High ain't come to your mother in the dream or in the vision and said, telling us certain things. And
Command
No.
you to do this. And, right.
that didn't happen.
Sure.
You did that on your own.
No.
Why you doing this on your own?
True.
So basically now, you got to have wisdom when you're reading this book
Discern.
and able to discern right from wrong. Certain things are not to be done.
Leave them alone.
Leave this
That's
alone.
right.
This situation
That's
and everything
right.
went down here was for here. It was for here.
Ain't no blessing coming.
Ain't no blessing coming out of
What you
this.
say? God ain't show nobody.
No, God ain't come to you in no vision and tell you nothing. God must have came to you in the vision. So, I'll go there. You go ahead then.
You go ahead. I'll be right here waiting for you.
I'll be right here looking at the outcome.
I will know.
Yeah, if God will know if God sent you by what he does to you, to your hide, by what takes place to your, listen. He said, what showed up said? He said, I will gladly designate yo for dismemberment. Yeah, you go ahead. I'm not doing it. I'm staying out of that, Jack.
Yeah.
Because God, the matter, we don't know the matter.
This
God
matter-
was not in this matter.
This matter is not of the Lord.
Exactly.
That's what it said about
The things that went down in the book was of God. And the things that went down in the book that wasn't of God, it was mentioned.
It was mentioned.
It was mentioned. I'm telling you,
It's
man.
about God.
So now, guess what now? When you lean onto your own thoughts and start doing things, you ain't gonna know if it's a matter from God or not.
You don't mess around about it.
You're gonna mess around violently.
Thinking you-
And we don't got that connection with God to figure things out like that. We don't got that no more. That's how far we are from the Creator. Go ahead, brother. Where you at?
12.
Uh-huh.
But Moses' hands were heavy,
Moses' hands was heavy.
and they took a stone and put it under him.
Uh-huh.
And he sat thereon, and Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands,
Uh-huh.
the one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun.
Hands were steady until the going down of the sun. All day. They on the side of Moses, holding his hand up, holding his hands up. Now, let me go back now. So, Eliphaz the grandson.
35.
Was it a grandson of Esau? Or he's a son of Esau? Right? These guys had a vendetta with the seed of Jacob from the beginning. And I read in other books where they said that Esau was telling his children, his grandchildren, they held it. But he was just trying to tell his grandchildren, leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Leave the situation
Esau, the
alone.
father, is telling his sons, leave it alone.
Right. I don't know how true it is because I don't read it here.
Yeah.
But I know for sure that Eliphaz, the Temanite, the Edom,
Son.
they had something against the children of Israel from back then. Yes, a personal grudge.
Was Esau grandson?
Huh?
And Adar.
Amalek was Esau's grandson. Right.
Eliphaz is his son.
Eliphaz was Esau's son.
Yeah.
Right. But Amalek was the one that had
He's the one that kept the grudge.
Right. That kept that grudge, and everybody after him held that grudge. And it tell you the type of people you was dealing with, Esau and Jacob. He said Esau was a cunning hunter. He said, but Jacob was a plain man. The word for plain is tamim. He said tam means a perfect or a faultless man. So everything that Jacob did was right before God because there was no sin found in those men. In Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
He didn't have to be a hunter.
He didn't have, nah. There was no sin found in those three men. Tamshi.
And Joshua discomfited Amalek
Uh-huh.
and his people with the edge of the sword.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh Nisi. For he said, because the Lord hath sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation.
Okay.
That's bad.
Now, envy. Envy is something, an envious person is jealous, right? But also an envious person compares.
Mm-hmm.
An envious person always compares itself to others. Compare itself.
You're not as strong as me.
Right? Then find themselves wanting. What is wanting? Find themselves in need.
Yeah, you don't have enough.
Right? They seek to bring down the person who they perceive is making them feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
You feel this guy is trying to throw you down. But it ain't that way. Envious people is competitive. Always ready to compete. Remember you read in the book where it says rival.
Rival.
So they didn't make rivalry. I forgot the word, but they didn't make rivalry. They didn't compete. They didn't contend. When they competed, people died.
Mm-hmm.
He said, man, I bet you my man is better than your man. He said, nah, I bet you my man better than yours. He said, okay, let them play.
So
And
they
they
died.
died.
That's right.
And they died. People died.
That's right.
Okay? So these are things that we need to stay away from.
That's right.
Right? Discontent, lack of satisfaction with one's possession, status, or situation. So if I'm discontented and not satisfied with my possession, with my status, with my situation, then make it better.
Yeah.
Don't envy him for what he's doing. He got whatever he got by working and pushing towards that. Then you got to change your own position. Resentful, to feel annoyance or ill will at. Feelings or expressing bitterness or indignation at a person for his accomplishments. Now, I can feel resentful for your actions towards me. That was wrong.
Right.
If you did wrong to me, okay, I can feel resentful towards that because you did me wrong.
Yeah.
But if I ain't did you no wrong, then why are you feeling resentful towards me?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now we're going to go into the last chapter of the day, and then I'm going to call up Another speaker. Okay, let's go into Psalms. Psalms 119. Psalms 119, right.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way. Tamim, blessed are the perfect. Blessed are the whole and the perfect and the faultless in the way of God. Tamshi.
Who walk in the law of the
Who
Lord.
walks in the law of the Lord. Read.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
And that seek him with the whole heart.
And that seek him with 100%. With your whole heart. Not halfway. Not 3/4. We got to seek God 100% because that's what God is looking for. Don't you realize why God accepted Joshua and Caleb? Because they sought God with the whole heart.
100%.
100%. And I like going to that example, right? An apple is whole until you bite it.
It's not whole no more.
And then when you bite it, it ain't whole no more. Right? And if it stay long open like that, it starts turning brown. If you remain in your wicked ways, it's going to metastasize and increase. It ain't start rotting yet. It takes time to rot. All that takes time.
You keep nourishing.
But you have to consider your ways before the rotting and the souring increase. Take set. Now it's hell to remove the sourness.
It get brown quick because when you continue, start to get brown.
Start to get brown quick.
Before 60
And
minutes.
I compare that to the spirit of men.
Sure.
I compare that to our spirit. When we sin and when we transgress, it leaves a breach and leaves an opening and it starts spreading immediately.
Yeah.
We got to take set and take consideration and acknowledge it and pull back quick because it's like wildfire.
It spread like COVID.
It's right and spread. The disease spreads quick. You gotta correct it real quick before you end up getting set in your ways, which means it don't take long for you to be for your spirit to cling towards this unrighteous way that God hates. So you gotta put that and correct it real quick. And you see what happened when you don't correct it real quick? You stayed in it too long. I noticed it with brothers that I ain't seen in a while. Brother come by, hey, shalom, chief, shalom, everybody. He sit down. The man don't sit in the chair for 5 minutes. A couple seconds later, he up there, hey, chief, he can't sit in that chair. Can't sit in the chair too long.
Out there too long.
Because you done kept yourself out there and away from it, that your spirit is not accustomed to this thing anymore.
Even discipline.
Right. He said, blessed are they that keep his testimony and that seek him with the whole heart. They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways. But you think the book contradicts itself? No. He said, there is no man that sinneth not.
No.
So what's the key here? Don't sin presumptuously. Don't transgress and break God's law presumptuously.
You know that's wrong.
Tamshi?
They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. So, oh, that my eyes were directed to keep thy statutes.
Oh, that my ways was directed to keep thy statutes. Read.
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments.
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. To look, to direct your attention to be mindful of God. Read.
I will praise thee with the uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes.
I will keep thy statutes.
Oh, forsake me not.
Forsake me not utterly. Read.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
The word for cleanse is zakeh. Zayin kaf he. It means to attain. Wherewithal shall a young man attain the ways of God? How can I acquire the ways of God? All right? How do I get this? Read.
By taking heed thereto, according to thy word.
By taking heed to what word? To what you read in this book. That's the only way we're going to acquire and attain the ways of God. By taking heed to what we read. Okay, read.
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
With my whole heart. With my whole heart have I sought thee.
Oh, let me not
Which
wander.
means when you're seeking God, I gotta seek God 100%. I can't seek God halfway. I can't seek God halfway. I can't seek God 3/4. I gotta seek the Creator 100%. So if I'm not seeking God 100%, that's not accepted because it's not enough. It's not enough. Come, she.
Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Let me not wander from your commandments. Let me not wander from your law. To wander also means to stray away, or don't cause me to err. Don't cause me to stray away. Don't cause me to wander from your laws, from your statutes and your commandments. Read.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee.
He said, thy word I have hid in mine heart, which means I didn't forget it. I didn't forget it. I kept these laws in my mind. I remembered your laws, oh God, that I might that I might not sin against thee. Because listen, the book shows us what is sin. The book showed us what is transgression. Don't tell me nothing that you done formulated in your brain. Whatever you don't say, whatever you're saying out of your mouth, you got to be able to show it to me in the book. So if you don't see it here, don't mention it. Don't tell me, and I don't want to hear it.
Don't add it.
Don't add on. Tom She.
Blessed art thou, O Lord.
Blessed art thou, O Lord.
Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate. That's the word, asika. Asika means to meditate, to discuss, to talk. That was their conversation. That was their discussion, their conversation. They meditated, they discussed, they talked in the precepts of God. Now, we like to meditate and talk about things that we have no business talking about. Because in Isaiah 58, in the last verse, he said, watch. He said, when you profane, one of the ways of profaning the Sabbath day is speaking of matters.
What's the matter? Tell me.
Speaking of matters, what God calls a matter is anything nothing that don't have nothing to do with God.
That's right.
I can't speak about the government, what the president did. So leave those conversations alone. And channel your conversation only towards the book. What we read here. Because people think, no sir, I will. Okay. I ain't profaning the Sabbath that way, but I profane it by speaking my own words.
Doing my own thing.
Doing my own thing. Tom, see?
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies.
What verse you at?
14.
Okay, go ahead.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies. He rejoiced in the ways of God. He rejoiced in the testimonies of God. That rejoicement, you don't see that rejoicement like that no more. People don't rejoice in God like that no more. Very few you see rejoice in God. Some people get angry when the Sabbath come around because they got to pull back from the things that they like to do. So they get tight when the Sabbath come around. Because I can't do this over here. It restricts me from doing this over here. I can't do this. Listen, we got to realize that, again, when I mentioned it earlier, Shabbaton, and the only appointed time or appointed season that hold that title is Yom Kippur.
That's right.
But the difference between Yom Kippur and Shabbat is that Yom Kippur, you could kindle fire. Okay? Shabbat, you can't carry no fire. So when you dig into Shabbaton, it means general strike. When you dig into the word of a strike, it means no activities. No movement. Nothing's happening.
No events.
But we set up events and we set up activities on Shabbat. And that's why I don't go to Unity Shabbat. This activity. That's not the day to set up no Unity Shabbat. This is the day of God. We come to services, we sit down, and we listen to teachings.
That's an add-on.
Everybody's coming to one spot, setting up. Come on, man. Didn't believe. Do you really think these people is doing correctly by setting up speakers and mics? People coming in with foods. Come on, man.
Not on Shabbat.
Come on, man. But not on, ain't nothing wrong with it, but not on Shabbat. Not on Shabbat. That's why it's called a strike. Everything is on the halt.
General
Strikes. Nothing moves.
Pause.
There was pause. They was in the wilderness. God said, hey, today is the seventh day. Tomorrow's the seventh day. So you ain't gonna find no man out there. Get whatever you gotta get now. Because tomorrow's the Sabbath day to God. Remain in your tents. Look, not even the cattle moved. Look, why would they travel on their cattle? And God said the cattle gotta rest. The cattle gotta rest. So you think they got on their horses? Whenever they moved or they walked, it was walking distance. So they didn't have to work the cattle. It wasn't that far. That's right.
It wasn't no journey.
It wasn't a journey. Tom Sheik.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimony.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimony.
As much as in all riches.
As much as in, look, I rejoice in God's testimonies like I rejoice like I got paper. Like I got $1 million. You see that rejoicement when you got 2 mil, 3 mil, 5 mil? That's the happiness and rejoicement that was in the testimonies and the laws and the commandments of God. Tom Sheik.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
And have respect unto thy ways.
And have respect unto thy ways. The only way we can learn the ways of God is by reading the book. The book shows us the ways of God. The book shows us that. We ain't gonna learn the ways of God no other way.
That's right.
Tom Sheik.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word. Okay.
Now, now let me show you the difference. All right? The difference between this. Okay, I'm not going to use this. Okay, let's say, the difference between, let's say I go to Teachings by Shema, and we have service there. And the difference between a Unity Shabbat. It's a difference. It's a big difference. Because that's an event or an activity that was set up where all different types of people from all over the place is there. And what made it the difference is what was done. What's being done on that day. Now, like I told you, the actions that's being done. Now, what is being done is, and how we profane it, is when we set up and arrange. So now I'm going to go into the law. I'm going to go into the law, and I'm going to show you to back up what I'm saying. In Exodus 16, it states the word Hekinu. And for the smart ones that wanted to deny me and think what I'm saying is wrong, learn the language and you'll see what Hekinu is. In Exodus 16, Hekinu means to set up, arrange, or to prepare. Hekinu means to set up, arrange, or prepare. Which means that puts a difference between me going, like I said before, me congregating by Shema, and this other camp that have a Unity Sabbath.
That's right. That's right.
The setting up and arranging and preparing is going on over there, but it ain't happening with me that I'm going to this camp because the people come with speakers, carrying speakers, setting up speakers, plugging in wires, setting up tables, setting up the chairs. Loads of people coming in with tables and pans of food. That is profaning the Sabbath day.
You got some people that cook.
That is the profanation of the Lord's Sabbath day.
Okay. You taught me that. I'm not gonna lie, because I used to set the chairs Shabbat morning.
Right.
And then you had a conversation.
Right.
I said, preparation before Shabbat. We supposed to do that. So that's what I do now. Saturday night, I hook it up. I'm not doing it right now. When they start doing it, no.
Facts.
Shabbat, stop.
Facts.
Appreciate
Shabbat.
you for that.
That's right. That's right, Chief. That's right, Chief.
Facts.
Where was that?
16.
Go ahead, Tom She.
I will delight myself in thy statutes.
I would delight myself in your statutes.
I will not forget
I will
thy
not
word.
forget your word.
Deal bountifully with thy servant,
Deal bountifully with thy servant.
that I may live.
That I may
Keep thy
live.
word.
Because if God don't deal with you, there's no way. What do you mean, that I may live? If God don't deal with me, you might as well kill me. I might as well be. I might as well be dead. Because God, God is the only one that can show you what is righteousness. God is the only one that can show you what is holy and profane, what is evil, what is good. Tom She said, I have rejoiced in the way of thy verse 17. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word. Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. He said, open my eyes that I may marvel in thy law. He said, to be filled with wonders or astonishment. Read. No, I'm going to keep saying read, my bad. He said, I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul breaketh. He said, my spirit is broken. He said, my spirit is broken for the longing that it had unto thy judgments at all times.
Myself in the commandments. That means God got to show you the way.
God got to show
God
you.
don't show you. The words is there. You can read it all you want.
That's right.
God don't show you the
God
way.
don't show you
He's
the way.
going to
That's
be doing the law your way.
That's right. That's right.
They say King David told God to show him.
That's right. He said, thou hast rebuked the proud. When I looked up the word for proud in the Hebrew, it says Zedim, Zayin Dalet Yod Mem. It means presumptuous. Rebuke the presumptuous person. Right? What is presumptuous? When you know of something to be unlawful and you still do it. He said, rebuke the presumptuous that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach
And contempt.
These are things that we need to ask God. He said, these are things that I need to remove from myself to be better with God. Now, what is reproach? Reproach means when you express disappointment in or displeasure. Of displeasure is a feeling of annoyance or disapproval. These things I gotta remove from me. Because guess what? The children of Israel had that in them. They expressed disappointment and displeasure in who? In God.
That's where the murmuring came from.
They expressed disappointment and displeasure in God, and they tempted him 10 times. They murmured. They tempted. They even drove Moses to the point of no return, to where God told him, listen, you cannot come back here. You're not coming in here. That's it. You can't come here no more. Because you didn't sanctify my name. You didn't sanctify my name. Teach. So he said, thou hast rebuked, remove from me reproach and contempt. What is contempt? A feeling that a person is not worthy to be considered. Look, now, Who's asking this? David.
King David.
Which means I have to consider everybody.
Consider people.
I gotta consider people.
Teach.
David is asking God to remove that from me so that I am able to consider people. I cannot be selfish and think that I can do God's law being selfish.
Damn.
A selfish person do not consider. A selfish person don't consider, man.
No, they
I
don't.
don't care.
And in order to do God's law, I gotta be considerate.
That's right.
Look, God said in Leviticus 19, he said, and thou shalt love thy neighbor
As I love
as thyself.
That's right.
And when you love your neighbor as you love yourself, I'm considering you. If it hurt, whatever hurts me may not hurt you. And what hurts you and what don't hurt you or offend you may offend me. And I gotta but I wasn't hurt. Well, I'm not him. And you ain't him.
That's right.
What don't hurt you what don't offend you may offend that person. So you gotta watch your mouth and watch your actions before you offend people.
Teach. Teach.
Before you offend people. And that's a person that's considerate of others. Those type of people only can do the laws and the commandments of God.
That's what I said.
He said, for I have kept thy testimonies. Tamshi, verse 23.
Princes also
Did sin.
speak against me,
Uh-huh.
but thy servant did mediate in thy statutes.
Princes also did sit and speak against me. He said,
But
thy servant did meditate
in thy statutes.
in thy statutes. Did meditate in thy statutes. Mm-hmm. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail. Ben Level.
So he was supposed to be in that wilderness for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
All right, so let me finish this. Finish what I was
3-day journey and
And then-
took 40 years.
He got a crest from his imam.
It's crazy, bro. Ridiculous. They supposed to be in
So
there
I'm
for 3 days.
gonna finish up what I was
3
gonna
days.
bring up and continue reading. Verse 25.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust.
My soul cleave it to the dust. Uh-huh.
Quicken thou me according to thy word.
Quicken thou me according to your word. You know what that means? To quicken. To quicken means to revive. To quicken means to come to life. People want to escape it, but it's all through the book. We read about it all the time. Why would David say something like this if it ain't gonna happen? This is a reward towards the righteous, towards the person or the soul that has been determined to serve God and keep his commandments by sacrificing itself. He said, thou, quicken thou me according to thy word.
I have declared my way,
I have declared my ways.
and thou heardest me.
And you heard me.
Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works.
He said, make me to understand the way of thy precepts so I can talk about your works, oh God.
My soul melted for heaviness.
My soul melted for heaviness. My soul melted for grief and sorrow.
Strengthen thou me according unto thy
Strengthen me
word.
according to your word.
Remove from me the way of lying.
Remove from me the way of lying. This is something that we all need to be asking God to remove certain things that we have in us. Remove it from me, because with these ways and these thoughts, and that is contrary and opposite to what God said, in order to serve him, we got to remove these things from us. We got to get these things away from us, because this is not the way of God. This is not how we're going to acquire the attention of the Creator, by being the way we are. Read.
And grant me thy law graciously.
Grant me thy law graciously.
I have chosen the way of truth.
I have chosen the way of truth. Yes, it's a choice. It's a choice that God gave to man.
Yes, sir.
And I gotta go back now. I gotta go back now and use the example. People say it again. Why did God leave the garden, leave the tree of knowledge of good and evil there? But and he should have knew that Adam was going to eat it. But check it out. We dealing with a God that don't force you to do nothing.
Right. He's not a tyrant.
We're dealing with a God that gives you a choice. And when God gives you that choice, he gives you a command. He said, listen, the tree that's in the midst of the garden, he told Adam, he said, don't eat from it. And the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. Gave him a command. Now let me see if you're going to hearken to my command. You have a choice whether you're going to eat it or not.
You gotta leave it there.
Gotta leave it there to see your makeup, to see what you're going to choose.
A willing heart.
To see, right? God wants the willing heart, man. To see if you're going to choose and snatch this, eat on your own. And that tells me one thing. This, by doing these laws, is only accepted by the willing heart.
Mm-hmm.
Only accepted by a person that is willing, that wants to do these laws. Not being forced. Because the only way you're going to know if a person is being forced, you got to wait till the child grow up, till he become on his own, to see whether if he's going to continue in the way that you showed him or not. Right now, you don't know. Because the child got to do what you say. You got to wait till the child get older. Now we see what the child chooses.
That's right.
Come see.
I have chosen the way of truth.
Uh-huh.
Thy judgments have I laid before me.
Uh-huh.
I have stuck unto thy testimony.
Uh-huh.
O Lord, put me not to shame.
Oh Lord, put me not to shame.
I will run the way of thy
the
commandments.
way of thy commandments.
When
When
thou
it
shalt
says to
enlarge
run, it means to move in a particular direction. Okay? Tom, see?
I will run the way of thy commandments.
Uh-huh.
When thou shalt enlarge my heart.
When thou shalt enlarge my heart. And that was the end of that chapter there. And with that, I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher, indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Levy.
I get EKG. My heart enlarged. David says, heart is enlarged. Yeah, my heart enlarged too, man.
When it says enlarged, it said, I know, it said to give a greater scope to it, which means God is on you, He's watching you. Wow. That's why God is eye on you, yeah.
Can't mess up.
Yeah.
Moses.
Mm-hmm.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, Ben Levi. Giving all due respect to the chief men, prince men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. I bid you, I took up our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay. We're going to go straight to the book of the law. Now, first we're going to start at Exodus chapter 3.
Exodus chapter 3?
Yeah.
Exodus chapter 3.
Yeah.
And Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert.
Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law. He was putting in work for his father-in-law. His father-in-law was the father of his wife.
Yeah.
Zipporah.
That's right.
So you can see how if Moses never knew what honor was, he wouldn't be able to honor his wife's father. Because people today don't do that. People today don't do that. They don't honor their own parents, let alone to marry the parents of the one who they marry. And he's putting in work for him, like how Jacob put in work for Laban. He's holding him down. He said he kept the flock of Jericho, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. He wasn't no regular dude out there either, Jethro. He was the priest of Midian. When you the priest, you are high. You everywhere. You're up there. People are under you. You counsel them. You call the shots. You show them the way, right? He said he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb.
He don't usually do that spin.
There's a spin off on the backside. You usually go out straight to the front and go out wherever. He said, but this day, he said he's going to go to the other side, which is the back of the mount. He runs right into the Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. Okay? Nobody told him go there, right? But he was led there. His mind told him go there because God wanted him to go there. So God directs the paths of the righteous. You see that? He keep their feet. You already said, you know what? I gotta see him. I gotta talk to him. I want him to come this way. So now all of a sudden, I take another route, right? And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire. He didn't know it was an angel. When he looked, he see a bush on fire, burning, no smoke, no ashes, nothing is being consumed. But that was an angel. You see how the angels move? The angels will come as anything.
Right.
All right? He said, and he looked, and behold, the bush was burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside, verse 3.
And see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt.
I have to go there and find out why this bush is not burning. It sparked his curiosity. He knows very well, whatever fire touches, it consumes. But there's something special here going on because it's not happening.
Right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
That's like something is on fire and you throw a bucket of water on it and the water don't put the fire out. You're gonna want to know, wait a minute, man, this is special. This is a special fire here, or this is some weak water. Something's going on. Something's going on. Something is wrong because how God got everything to set up, fire burns. But see, this is why we say leave that science stuff alone.
That's right.
It's only for when you got to go to school and answer the questions. God doesn't have, he can make it gravity everywhere except right here. Science ain't going to be able to explain that. Scientists cannot explain that.
Goshen. This was going down in Goshen.
It was going down all over
Egypt.
See, by the command of God and by the will of God, this is how everything moves. I don't care if I'm snow and I'm supposed to come down in snow time, in winter time. God said, I'm coming down now in summer and it's going to happen.
That's right.
But for us, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. This is not normal. This is not the usual. Why? Because you're not accustomed to the behavior of certain things on this planet. But God,
ice and fire
at the
same time? Hell and fire
coming down
at the same time. Scientifically explain that to me.
Can't take that. One, it ain't putting out the one, don't cancel out the other. Okay? So man said, wait a minute, hold on. Now the ground is wet. Make the fleece dry. You know what dry fleece is? You know what fleece is? You know what a Sherlin coat, big Sherlin coat? The hair of the wool of a sheep.
The hide, right?
Yeah. And it absorbs a lot of water like a sponge. So he said, man, switch that up and make the fleece dry, make the ground wet now. Science can't explain that. No. So we leave that stuff alone. Okay? All science is guessing and observing how things operate. Right. But when God say for that to stop operating, to operate over there, or cease to exist here, science can't explain that. So it all goes down to God's will and the word of God.
That's right.
The word of God. I don't be surprised when it don't rain. And the weatherman said it's gonna rain. I said, okay. When he said that, I look up to see what he see, to see if it's getting dark. Because that's all he doing. He got machines to see further than I do. But I'm down here and I said, well, it's getting dark. It looks like it's gonna rain. But it don't have to rain. So all that science stuff, you can leave that out. That's why Moses is looking at this. He said, I gotta see why the bush is not burnt. I don't want to see how it's working. I want to know why it's not burnt.
It's the science.
I don't want to know why. You understand what I'm saying? So now, this curiosity is what God used to rope him in. The root rope him in. All right? There's certain things we used to seeing already. It ain't no spark y'all. Unusual. Well, wait a minute.
What's that?
Birds don't usually do that. Never heard of a bird doing this. Well, I never seen an animal come up and do this. He said, man, yo, look at that, man. Look at that right there. You ever seen? Oh, wow, I've never seen that before. Sure. It could be anything. God is what caused you to see that. Now, everything is out of whack. So don't think you're special. All right? We read earlier that the earth is all course, that the foundations in the earth is all course. Everything is all course now. But back then, everything was on course. Everything was correct, the way God had it set. So when he see that fire, and it's not burning the bush, I want to know now. Top sheet.
And Moses said, I will not turn aside and see this great sight, while the bush is not burned. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I.
If Moses didn't turn aside to see why the bush was not burnt, he would have wound up going about his business, and that was it. God wouldn't have called out to him. God put it there for a reason. God made him go to the backside all of a sudden for a reason, so he could run into where the bushes are at. Right. Because where he going ain't no bushes. And he's on the grounds of what? The mountain of God. This action gonna go out over here. This mysterious stuff gonna go down over here. That's why he let him over there.
Gotta show interest.
So now I'm not interest. I'm interested. Why this happened? Why is this happening? That's when he said Moses. Moses. And he said, Moses, time he called out. He called him twice. Called his name twice. If you hear your name one time, wait a minute. I heard my name. But if somebody say your name twice, you're not hearing things.
Yeah. It says Samuel.
So God deal with when he come to you, it's a no-brainer. It's nothing to you understand what I'm saying? It's nothing to figure out.
He said his name twice. If you think about it, all the time
he thinking it's Eli. It's twice. A lot of times I said, man, he called this guy twice. You're not gonna think it's the soothsayer or the wizard. They do stuff like that too. They throw their voices, and that's why Gideon was doing what he was doing with God, and God was patient with him. Like, yo, man, I'm God, man. I already told you. He is not. We are not like him.
God did Bob's. Niggas was doing that.
They're doing it.
He's doing it.
Guys is doing that stuff, and they're saying that they're prophets of God. God told us. He said, look, man, if there arises a prophet, he's going to prophesy what I tell him. He's going to prophesy in my name, meaning what come out of his mouth will happen. Okay? The guy that come up and he's saying stuff in my name and it don't happen, kill him. That was the penalty for that guy.
That's right.
So there's a lot of guys around here walking around like that now. There's a lot of dreamers, prophets, kings, queens, priests. There's a whole order of priests. Kohanes everywhere. Everybody got a Jerusalem everywhere. What is this? This is madness. This is why God picked. He said, let me go to Moses. He could have went to the whole nation as one and announced himself right or wrong. He said, no. That's the one dude, one guy. This guy's faithful. He gonna stick to what I tell him. If I tell him teach them this, he gonna say, well, nah. oh God, I found a better way. This is more. We can't be like that with God. There is no better way that we can show God. God show us the better way.
That's right.
Our problem is our pride is so high because of who we think we are. All right? Just remember one thing. These people were able to prove who their forefathers was. And they failed. So right now, it doesn't matter who your forefathers were. It doesn't matter what nation you're coming out of. It doesn't matter. Everybody's been scattered. Everybody got Canaanite and Israelite blood in them. Everybody is scattered. Okay? It said, when the Lord saw that, he turned aside to see God, called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I. He said, what?
And he said, draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet.
He said, don't come no closer.
Right.
Take your shoes from off your feet. He said, why?
For the place where thou standest is holy
It's
ground.
holy ground. This area here is a separated area. Holy means separated. But this is separated. Like my imam told my brothers, he said, no, I'm not putting this robe on today. This robe I wear only on Shabbat. It's separated.
That's right.
The Shabbat day is separated.
That make that robe
That
holy.
make it holy. That's it.
Separated for a
You don't
purpose.
have to do nothing extravagant. You don't need a priest. You don't need nothing.
We'll make the Shabbat
What
day
make
holy.
it holy is it's
Change it to
separated
more
from
days.
everything else, and it stays permanently that way.
Set apart.
It's still they say, well, no, I'm gonna wear that robe
Yes, sir.
that I usually separate from Shabbat. I'm gonna wear it today. Now it's not separated no more.
Yes, like the rest.
You can't go back and forth with God.
Yes, sir.
Once it's not holy, it's corrupt.
Yes, sir.
Right or wrong.
That's right.
So it's easy to make things holy. It's not the way Israelites talk. It's like it's out of reach to make yourself holy and make things holy. I learned that from my email the other day. She said, no, this is holy for the Shabbat.
Oh, okay.
So it's real easy to do this thing now.
Oh,
We
okay.
make it hard.
Oh, okay.
We put those obstacles, what you said, excuses.
Okay.
And I was told excuses ain't nothing but a lie.
Okay, so if I'm preparing on the Shabbat with chairs and speakers and everything, I'm violating the day, right? Okay then.
I'm violating the day. And this is something that was taught from the pioneer days.
Come on, man.
From the teachers of the teachers of the teachers days.
Come on, man. Basics.
And a lot of those basics, the teachers of today had thrown that away. I'll say, thou shalt. They say thou shalt. No, you don't have to do that. You can eat blood. I know the Israelites said there is a certain kind of blood or fat that can be eaten. God said there is no manner of fat or blood that can be eaten. And let me make this clear. The priests, when they took the fat, they didn't eat it.
They burned it.
They burned it.
That's, God got to smell that.
When they made an atonement with the blood,
You like the smell.
they didn't drink it. They didn't drink it.
Poured it in the ground.
They said until they put that on the ground. They said he made an atonement. He didn't drink it. He didn't put it on his clothes. He didn't wear the blood.
No.
It wasn't a satanic ritual.
No.
Gotta be clear what's going on here. They didn't do that either. So there's no blood or no fat of any part of the animal that they ate. Let's make this clear. He said, join our nine nigga, put off thy shoes from off thy feet. The place whereon thou standest is holy ground. He said, moreover, I'm the God of thy father, the God of Abraham. This is just the introduction of Moses.
Moreover.
He never said, Yod-Heh-Wah-Beh. He never said, I'm the God of the Hebrews. He didn't say, I'm the God of this. He said,
I am the God of thy
your
father,
father.
the God of Abraham,
Who's his father?
the God.
No, I'm saying, he's telling Moses, I'm the God of your father. Your father is Abraham.
Right.
I'm the God of that guy Abraham that you heard about since you was born. I'm the God of Isaac, Abraham's son.
That's
And
right.
I'm the God of Jacob, Abraham's son's son.
That's right.
I'm that guy. And that guy you've been hearing about. He said that Moses hid his face because he said, oh, this is him. Oh, come on.
First day he met him.
Get down.
That's the
the
first
first
day he got
time he
introduced
met
to God.
God. And he heard about him. He had to have known.
Of course.
Because he mentioned the three names, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He didn't mention, God did not mention his name.
No.
He said, yo, I'm such and such, man.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. These guys, this great guy named Abraham. All you got to do is say the God of Abraham.
That's right.
God introduced himself to Isaac that way.
That's right.
He said, hey, man, I'm the God of your father.
That's right. Your father.
That's it.
That's it. That's right.
But you got another father. You know his father is Abraham.
That's right.
And he was around to hear and experience what his father serving God.
Right.
Right.
So he didn't need no name. There was no name. He said, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He said that Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. What was
That gotta
in
be
him?
in you. That gotta be in you, man. That's crazy. Cause I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be like, oh, that's God. I don't want to see. That man different.
You hit it right on the dot.
Different.
Most people gonna want to see.
This is in you.
They gonna want to see. So that it can be acknowledged that they saw God. Yo, man, I saw him. I know what he looked like. Yo, he showed himself to me, man. Bow down to me, man. And then now I'm gonna publish what he looked like. You know what? I don't have to draw. All I gotta do is describe.
Right, and people
Right? That's why he said you didn't see no similitude. I'm glad he went into the word similitude because it means shape, form, outline,
silhouette,
sketch, silhouette, shadow.
I can't even get
You
my.
can't even
I
see
can't
it.
even
You
do
can't
it.
see
I
none of
can't
that.
do none of that. None
So
of
you
that.
didn't get to see. He said,
No.
man, I see a form. I know that's a
I can't
man.
see it.
That's the form of a man.
Right.
I can just see
Right.
enough. When your eyes are
Right.
dim, you can just see enough.
Right.
That's a man.
Right.
That's a woman.
Right.
That's a child.
Right.
Like he said, yo, man, who are these little ones? He couldn't make out their faces.
They know they was little.
But he know. He said, hey, man. He said, I can before he said, yo, you real light there, sister. You're a real light sister. He can only make out the brightness of a person's skin.
Right.
What he looked like. You don't know what he looked like, what God looked like. God said, this is the point that I got to make to y'all. You don't know what I look like, but you know I exist. You know I'm here. Acknowledge me. Do what I say. You see all the stuff going on, and I'm still in here. You heard a voice. You can't worship the voice.
That's right.
That's why he ain't make you see him. If you was able to worship the voice somehow, he gonna find another way to get to you. Because you gonna want to worship. And so my thing was, what you said, God, gonna look up. That's why he said, man, let's see you look up to the sun, moon, and stars and be driven to worship. Because they want to, oh, there you go right there. This is what man messes up in. He said, you can't do that with me. God, this is what it is. You're going to serve God the way God says serve him. We can't serve God the way I can't serve the way I want to, the way I see fit. Because this is what man does. This is why religion was created. So they can say, hey, that's God, and I serve him like this, and I believe and I'm happy. Why? Because it goes along in accordance to your heart, to what's inside of you. You are allowed to do this and do that and do this because it's what's in your heart. And that's what you obtain and put on this idol. Okay? So now, he said, he was afraid to look upon God.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like what you got in
As
you.
soon as he heard that, he got down. He was scared.
Yeah, no interactions with God at all.
Different people, even without the total acknowledgement. Look, just remember this. He's just meeting him. He doesn't know the commandments of God.
Right.
He doesn't know the ways. But Abraham just met God. He said, walk before me and be thou perfect. What made
believe, right?
you come to me? What's in me
Right.
that I can be the way you want me to be in the future?
And God knows what's in you.
Why you ain't go to nobody else?
God,
Why was only that one man?
Now you talking.
Why everybody ain't got that?
Now you talking.
Huh?
Now you talking.
They say everybody's the same. Everydy's the same. No.
What you got in you, this person don't have.
This person don't have. So he's able. Oh, well, you know what? Most I said, man, I need this guy to die. Who's gonna say this guy got to die? But I want him to die. The way I want him to die is in battle.
Right.
He's not going to die of disease. He gonna die honorably in battle.
Mm-hmm.
He gotta go, but in battle. I'm not gonna hit him up with disease in his feet, and he die of an ailment. He gonna die swinging his sword. But somebody has to convince him to go. Because if you don't convince him to go, he ain't going. Because this guy already said what was going on.
Yeah.
He told him. He said, look, man, I saw the Lord sitting on his throne. Thousands upon thousands before him. And he looked up and talked about you, Ahab. He said, yo, who is going to persuade Ahab to die in battle? He's telling him.
Some people spoke about in the heavens. You think he ain't coming back?
And he's being told what is going on.
He spoke about in the heavens.
So you know what he said at the end of that? He said, see, I tell you, you're always speaking evil against me. He didn't take it. What you were saying, he didn't understand this was for you, brother.
Right.
You're about to die. God has a special sight on you for dying in battle right now. He's trying to disguise himself and get out of it. Because he told Jehoshaphat, you stay in your kingly stuff.
Yeah.
You stay there. And I'm going to disguise myself and I'm going to come out of the robes. Right? Guess what happened? Guess what happened? He still got hit. Nobody said, oh man, there you go, he's right there. We just threw it up in the air. Five venture. And it just happened to hit this guy. I think I hit a soldier, but that was the king in disguise. God said, I want him to die. Daddy, you can try to get out of it. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody, the prophet came and said, well, look, man, God said you're going to die tomorrow. Saul ain't trying to get out of it.
No.
Did Saul try to get out? This Saul said, well, look, Jonathan, sons, you heard what the prophet said. Let's go that way. Let them have it. We're going to go that way and go somewhere. They met their fate. You know what their fate is? What is coming to them. Their end.
What you got coming.
What you got coming to you. Because that's what you put out for yourself. They didn't run from their
they ain't run from
their chastisement or correction. They said, look, man, now I know I'm going to get it. Let me go up there and get it. I did it. Let me go face the music, man. That's what they used to call it back then, man. You got to face the music, man. Bad report card. You can't stay outside all day. I did it, man. And he was commended. I did it. And generations later, he was commended by a godly man talking to his sons and said, acknowledge your faults. Like this man did.
That man did.
He could. He could. I could good. He said, acknowledge him like he did. He's on that list of Moses and Abraham and them.
Right.
For one thing that he did great, that made him godly in God's eyes. When certain situations come up, he said, oh, no, hit me up, man. It was me that did it.
Nigga hit me in my family.
Hit me up.
Wow.
Me and my brother house. He said, don't let nobody else get hit, man. Look, but they was following you. He said, yeah, but no, if I didn't do this, they would be following me, man. Don't do that to them. I'll take care.
I seen it, I covered it, I violated it.
The same principle, I'm taking care of something that belongs to you, and it get damaged in my watch. Right or wrong?
Right.
I gotta make that good. It don't have to be a sheep. So, you know what I'm saying? Let me hold your computer. Let me hold your computer, Shama. Shama, let me hold the computer. Right? I bring the computer back messed up. It don't work like it used to. I gotta get him a new computer, man, or get it fixed. I can't leave him like that. But we do that to each other, man. We don't even ask to borrow it. We take it, use it, and leave it where it's at. Then he say, yo, man, what happened? I don't know. I wasn't here. I ain't touch it. So nobody touched it. This is what gets me upset, you upset, and I see it happens with everybody. Because there is no just in nobody's heart no more. Say, no, well, hold up, this ain't mine. Let me take care of this. Let me make sure, let me take care of it as if it was mine.
That's right.
How about that? That's just.
That's right.
Let me do this as if it was mine.
That's right.
Let me treat these children as if they were mine.
That's right.
It goes in all, you understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
But you gotta have it in you. If you don't have it in you, you're not gonna exercise it. He says, surely I have surely seen the affliction of my people. You hear that? He said, my people, where they at, which are in Egypt.
And I've heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow.
Listen, everybody cries out. God don't hear everything.
No.
Not meaning he can't hear it. He hear cry.
Right.
But if he don't hear your cry,
I mean, he
that
ain't
means
answering
he ain't
it.
answering
Right.
it.
If he heard you, that means he about to do
If he
something.
don't answer your cry,
He about to do something.
that means you ain't accepted.
Right. Yeah, he's
Well, all that come of being accepted.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
If
If
he
he say he
let me ask
heard
you a
you,
question.
I mean, he about to do
I
something.
want to ask you a question. How did God accept their offering? How did they know? How did the priests know that this offering was accepted?
Fire.
How? Say that again.
Fire come from heaven.
The fire come down.
Hit it up.
And that happened anytime a sacrifice of God went up and God accepted, the fire came down. It came down in Solomon time. It was accepted, the deal that Solomon said. Look, man, if we got taken captive far away from here, and we strangers in our enemy's land, and we look towards this place, at the end of all that, Moses said, yeah, that's valid.
That's valid. He said that's valid. Yeah,
That's
I got
how
you.
God
You
accepted.
see how smart Solomon was? God made him that smart.
Because he knew it
He
was
set
gonna
us up for today, man. We would have been screwed.
But look,
That's right.
We would have been screwed.
the place ain't there no more.
Place
I'm
ain't
gonna
there.
show you. It was for them back then who got scattered.
When
When in Babylon, Assyria, when
Even-
70 AD, place gone.
Dang.
There's nowhere, there's really no place to, the place is not there. So when you face the east, it's not there.
Yeah, you're right.
It's empty.
You're right.
So the communication is all
You're
cut.
right. It's cut. Damn.
This is a different time we live in. We don't live in these
It's
times.
not recorded.
We don't live in these
No, it's
times.
not
And a
recorded
lot of
in there.
things that was set up are
Yeah,
gone
it's
today.
gone today. No, you're right. You're right, son.
So I saw red. I said,
Right.
man, but wait a minute, we ain't got that. We ain't even got that.
Damn.
Solomon set it up for them. That's why I said, what kind of people are we today? We way off
The
from
forgotten
God.
ones.
We way off from God. What he said for
The
the
forgotten ones.
the pit. We're pit people. We're made for the pit. Unless a change go down in you. You are automatically made in the factory to go in the garbage.
Sit down.
You're already born with defects. You say,
Majority.
man, recall, right? We got defects, which is naturally being against God, living in ways that are not acceptable.
That is scary, man.
So, like I said,
Scary.
you're being made to get thrown in the garbage
It's scary.
today, unless you, because ain't nobody doing this,
The
man.
majority of the world is pit down.
Well, everything's cut. The place
Scary.
that Solomon set up,
Scary.
that when you
Not
are
there.
halfway across the world
Not there.
and you pray towards it, it's gone.
No.
It's been gone.
The world.
It's been gone since 70 AD. What era we born in now? After 70 AD. I call it the era of the fallen ones. This is the result of all that stuff those angels taught man, and man liked it and kept going with it. Where I'm at?
Verse 8.
Top sheet.
And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians,
and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land and a
He
large.
said, I come down to get them up out of there. What people were ever saved out of slavery? Can anybody tell me? Besides these people. Has anybody been taken out of slavery?
No,
Nobody.
nobody.
They're the only ones in the world of history
No.
that was slaves, born in slavery. And they wound up becoming their own independent government and nation. Nobody. These are the great things that God do with the people, that God do with. He said, yo, man, I'm gonna make your name great across the world. I said, you're gonna be the father of many nations, Abraham. Yeah. Everybody gonna talk about you. Even the ones that ain't serving me. Even the ones that ain't serving me, they're gonna acknowledge that they're your son.
All religions, nigga. Father Abraham, many sons, many sons.
It's a song.
That's Christians.
Yeah.
Ibrahim is a Muslim.
Yeah.
And Arab.
Oh yes. He said, we are cousins.
Ibrahim.
We are cousins. We are brothers. So now he said, I seen the affliction. I seen what they going through. It made God say, nah, man, that's enough.
That's enough.
That's enough. He said, I come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them out unto a land, a good land, a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. That's why they told Moses, you didn't bring us into the land of milk and honey, man. They thought that was it. They
Right,
didn't
that was it.
realize
Right.
why they was
3
there.
days journey.
Moses
3
said,
days.
God has come to do what?
Prove you.
Prove you that his fear may be before your faces. Found out. You said it earlier. You said, yo, after a while, what made you scared, that fizzes out.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
That's why God did certain things so that
it don't fizz out.
it don't fizz out. But they were some different people.
It was different. It was different.
That's why he got upset. He said, how long is it going to take
Okay,
me to believe me?
me.
I got to smash these people, man. They different, man. Moses, get out the way, man. They not believing nothing.
You just couldn't hold out for 3
They
days.
don't have fear because you don't
3 days.
believe. Come on. What kind of people was that? Made God tight.
First day, niggas gonna play in the water. First day.
You know why? They are used to getting what they want now in front of them. They're coming out of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
They were under a people who are most vain. Okay? And they had the mind of Egyptians. That's why God had to tell them, you cannot have the ordinance of keep doing the ordinance of the Egyptians, because that's going to have your mind keep thinking like them.
Right.
Then when I bring you my ordinance, you're not going to take it because you're still thinking like them. You still got their ways in you. And then now when you get over here by Canaan, you're going to follow what they do. So in order for you not to do that, you got to drop the ordinance of the Egyptians because you came up under their hand. You came up out of them. Now, I don't want you to hate them either. You see that?
Yeah.
You see the thin line we got to walk, man? And that's why God commended these men for walking the thin line that he set for them. I can't hate the guy that tormented and enslaved me. I can't hate him.
God put you in there.
God said don't hate him. Why? It's something about when you live in someone's house or you under someone,
That's right.
they're taking care of you.
That's right.
There's a different behavior you have to show towards them.
That's
You
right.
don't have to follow their ordinance because God took you out their house.
That's right.
But you are not supposed to hate those people. Get the hatred out of it, but leave that alone. No, but he did. No, leave it alone. God got you out and set you on high now. You good. You're gonna teach them how to do it.
Mhm.
That's what God said. See, a lot of stuff we read in the book, you see where it said all nations gonna gather, gonna come to Israel, right? That ain't gonna happen.
Right.
Because they took themselves out of the timeline for that to happen. God said, if you stay here, you do what I say, you do these commandments, you keep them, generations, you're going to always have a king sitting on the throne.
Right.
England got a king sitting on the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Something went wrong. And God ain't no liar. And he don't say one thing and turn on you. So they did something wrong. King Charles is running it now.
That's right.
We're supposed to have a king out of the line of David. Am I correct? Sitting right now. Where? In Jerusalem. But where's the place? Where's the king? Where's the throne? Where is all these places? Where's the tabernacle at? Where's it at? Hidden. That's why God hid the tabernacle. That's why God hid the ark of the altar of incense.
Altar of incense.
And one more thing.
The altar of incense.
Altar of incense, the ark. One more thing. 3 things.
Yeah. The staff. Not the staff.
That's in the ark though.
The staff was destroyed.
No, what's in the ark is the
Manna.
the Omer of manna.
Now,
And the tablets of stone.
right.
But there's one more thing.
Yeah.
The tabernacle. Yeah, it's the tabernacle, the ark of covenant, and the altar of incense. Those 3 things. Jeremiah hid it. Why? Ain't nobody old enough to be around none of this stuff or even touch it. There's not going to be nobody that consecrated to be able to operate these things here.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? There's not going to be a people around to put sins on the goat and announce the sins of the people. They're not going to be around for a very long time. And then when some people wake up to this, they're going to be in a position where they can't do this anyway. That's today. A lot of things we read happened already.
Nah, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah. I said, damn, I gotta get my mind stayed out of that part because when Solomon said it, it was for that era, that ancient era. 2022, that don't stand.
Talking about niggas, yeah.
It's a whole different universe from that.
Well, Hannah and her sons was getting that.
They got the
Down
end
the
of
line.
it.
Yeah.
That's why in the Maccabees' time, it was horrible, because this is the wiping out of a godly people.
Yeah.
After that, he's a Mohammedan. He said, yo, man, I'm looking around. Ain't nothing good on the planet. Okay? Don't expect nothing good. Serve God and die.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Don't let everything here get you caught up.
Mm-hmm.
Serve God and die. The blessings is over. There's nobody around. That's what he told. He said, man, look to these guys that you read about. They read about the same men we read about. He said, look to them and follow their attributes. Stick to the covenant of your God and die. Don't expect nothing else. His pride and rebuke has gotten over and taken over. Who is prideful? Man.
Right.
He said, all man is wicked. And when Chief said, man, the whole world going down. Israelites, man, no, the whole world, if you do not do these commandments, you are going down, whether you believe it or not. Whether you like it or not, he said, whether they follow or no.
Right.
This is already established.
Right.
So either you get on the right train or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it boils down to. Because I'm saying this to show that a lot of avenues, opportunities, and options that they had to stick and stay close to God and communicate with God, we don't have that today.
Right.
We don't have that today. And in order to get close to God, it's going to take your lifetime to do. You're not going to get it when you're 20 years old.
Right.
You're not going to get it when you're 30. It's going to take till you die.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
When you die, then your accomplishment with God will be seen.
Mm-hmm.
God said, okay, he died. He died in his sins.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't accomplish nothing. You go over there. This man died in faithfulness of my laws and commandments.
Right.
You take him over there. Take him over there.
He
He's
ain't
coming
safe.
back.
He ain't
Put him in the area where he could come back.
He
Put
ain't
this
safe.
guy in another area.
Doom area.
Okay? I don't want to see him no more. He's not acknowledged in
Yeah.
eternity no more.
That's right.
His spirit will be
That's right.
corrected by punishments.
That's right.
That's why he got mad, man. It's all over the book. And nobody, man, when you die, that's it. All right. I know what? God wants you to think that way.
Right.
He wants you to think that.
There's no akari for it.
Because ain't nothing set for you after here. You already, your mind is made up in what you do.
Right.
So God said, okay, his mind is made up. Reservation over there. So start looking certain people like, you know what? It ain't meant for you to get this. Okay? It ain't meant for me to go all over the world and tell people about these commandments. That's not my job. That wasn't their job. It was going to be in their future if they stayed in the land and did what God said. Then nations today would be going to them to find out how to get closer to serve God. Because they would have been like, well, look, these people serve God. That's a fact. They're the people that come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Oh, wow. That's the same God. Okay, so look, you got to show us what we doing wrong.
Right.
Because now the belief going to be there. Because it's a different timeline. You don't have everybody doing their own thing, idolatry all over. So yeah, now you're on your own. You're on you in the house that you run. That's it. That's what God gonna look at you and how you got your house, what you have in it. Do you have any abominations in it? Do you have you don't have to have statues and all you have to do is have images, signs, symbols, images. Okay? Those abominations, they bring things in your house.
That's right. Evil
If you
spirits.
steal, you're a thief, you're a liar, they bring things in your house. You bring a scroll in your
Yeah, I'm about
house.
to say, didn't God say he put something in
You
the
put
house
a
of the
scroll
thief?
in the house of every thief and liar across the planet.
It was a house of the thief.
House of the thief, house of the liar.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. There's more.
There's more, right?
That's one verse.
Yeah.
But there's another part
Right.
where it says the scroll go in with the guy that do this.
Right.
And they come into the one that do this. So there's a number of things that you do, you bring it in your house.
Bring a little drum.
He said, now therefore, behold, the cry of the children has come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. He said, and Moses said unto God, who am I? And I should go unto Pharaoh.
He was not jacking this
I
job.
should bring forth the
He
children.
wasn't jacking the job from the jump.
You realize what God's telling you. That's that. You're defying Pharaoh when you to do this. You got to defy Pharaoh. All right. And I'm not no king.
That's he humble. He humble God. He's humble. He's meek.
I'm not. Who would that remind you of David? David said, "Marry your daughter." He said, "Who am I? I'm a dog, man." He said, "I ain't know." He said, "Man, I'm not royalty, man." He was humble. These are the kind of guys that God work with. They don't get their hearts lifted up.
And Moses said unto God, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?
Who am I? I should go to him. What you said earlier, you can't just pop up on the king, right?
Right.
And I'm a slave. Who am I to run up on Pharaoh and request for him to let
the slaves go?
I'm gonna get killed. He said, and on top of that, then I'm gonna bring the children of Israel out of Egypt. He's like, man, who am I? He didn't disbelieve God. He just said, I think I'm the wrong person for that. I ain't nobody. They gonna kill me.
That's humble. Yeah.
I'm not even the king of nothing. You got me, Buck. Uncle Jeremiah said, yo, man, I'm a child. Why you say I'm the child? You gonna have me going to men, kings. Thus say the Lord, pointing at them and pronouncing with their hands. Wherever you pronounce over, you put your hand for it too. Like God said, I stretch out my hand, my right hand, right? And destroyed Egypt. Every time, every plague went down, God went like this. He it's like he pointing the plague or the curse towards Egypt. That's what Balaam was doing on top of the mountain. Look, boom, boom, boom. I'm looking towards Moab. Moab. It's going down.
That's right.
It's going down. Certain gestures mean things. Right or wrong?
Right, sure.
Your middle finger means something, right?
That's
When you put up your middle finger, that means
something.
right?
Gesture, that's right.
When you grab certain parts of your
That's
body, it means something, right?
Mhm.
When you do certain things with your hand, it means something, right? Okay. These are called gestures. Time sheet.
And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee, that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain.
At the end, it's a lot of stuff gonna go down. And
Right.
this is how you gonna know for sure.
You're gonna come right
And
back
you
to this
gonna wind up
place.
right back here. At the same spot where this fire is burning, the whole mount gonna burn. This is where the spark gonna start, right here. And you gonna be right here. That's gonna be your personal confirmation, okay, that I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
And when they got to that mountain later on, after the 10 plagues, years later,
After they crossed the sea
and they crossed, guess what? He said, yo, man, you ain't gotta fear, God ain't gonna kill you. He just wanna prove you that his fear may be before your faces so you don't sin. Y'all have to understand why he's doing this, why we're here. He's not gonna take us and put us straight into it. There's a process. There's a process. So I say, yo, it's a boot camp, man. You can't take guys straight out the street and put them in the battlefield. Here's the gun. You don't even know most of this equipment you got.
Right.
You can't even carry it. You had money. David said, I have not been trained in these. I don't know these. I don't know these things. It's almost heavy.
Give me the ratchet.
So now God said, okay, what got them here is the promise that I gave to Abraham.
Yeah.
That's what got them here. Now, I don't have respect unto them because they was going through it.
Right.
He felt sorry for me. And wow, these is his children. He said, you know what? I'm busting them out. I'm getting them out. But I'm going to do it in a fashionable way. God does things in a fashionable way.
Statement.
So it's a statement. You know God did it.
That's right.
You know he did it.
Right.
Abraham and Sarah having a child.
99.
You know God did it.
Right.
Man,
That's why she laughed.
Man called 5 heart attacks. Still alive.
God did it.
God did it.
These are the things I'm talking about. Nobody
God
survives
did.
those things.
God did.
Nobody goes through ordeals. The meetings. You're on point. You're correct. Ordeal. He put you through the ordeal, but you know what? You was already on this level. That's why you're going through this ordeal.
That's right.
Because you up there. You one of the elite, man.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in this time.
Yeah.
There's no elites walking around serving God.
No.
You got people thinking they're serving God.
Yeah.
You got people thinking and they have their own mind how they serving God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Let's go. Oh, yeah.
And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee.
This is going to be a sign that I sent you.
When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this
You're
mountain.
going to be right here at this mountain.
And Moses said unto God,
Uh-huh.
behold,
Uh-huh.
when I come unto the children of Israel,
Uh-huh.
and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name?
They're going to want
What
a
shall I say
name.
unto them?
They're going to want a name to identify. Now, to identify with who? All the idols that they know about.
Right.
They're meeting someone that they never met before. They don't know about God. All they know is about idols. They say, man, like today, you would say, hey, man, what God you serve? Jacob. Everybody knows Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
J. Chris.
Now, being that God's name
J. Chrissy
is most holy not to even be pronounced out of lips. He's not going to give him his name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. Okay? He said, what shall I say unto them? He said, because, they going to want to identify. They need a name.
Right.
They're gonna need a name. He said, Tamshi.
And God said to Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shall I say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent me.
You know what that means? That means I am the omnipotent one. That's what that means. You know what omnipotent means? You know what it means, man? It means I see everything. I know everything. Okay? I hear everything. I smell everything. I'm everywhere at the same time, all the time. Past, future, present, everywhere before me. I don't answer to nobody. Okay? Everybody answers to me. Everything in creation, I made it. That's what that means. I do it what I want. I do as I wilt. Okay?
Right.
I can appear as anything. Okay? I can put it there. Yo, he runs everything. That's what that means.
That's right.
I am that I am. Because he can't give you he ain't gonna give you his name, Yod Hey Vav Hey.
Right.
And he ain't identifying with no idol.
No.
So you're not gonna hear the names of the idols.
Right.
He didn't even say El is my name. Call me El. That means God. Nah.
That's right.
He didn't even say do that. He said, I am that I am. He said, tell him that. Look. He's high up. He gonna know who that is. Balaam know who the Lord was.
That's right.
All of them that messing with spirits and stuff, and they get real high, they run into God. That's why Balaam said, whoa, I gotta, God never said, yo, man, before you do anything, you gotta speak to me before you curse anybody. Before you put a curse. He never said that. He never said that.
Moses?
No, with Balaam.
Oh, Balaam.
He never told them. He never told them that.
No.
But so in this situation, he said, wait a minute, you want me to curse who? He said, oh, well, I got to speak to God about that because that's their God. That's their God. He didn't say I got to speak to Nebo because you didn't ask about Moab. But this God here, he in this world that I'm in, you got to go past him. And those people, man, nah, you got to wait. I got to go find out. That's why I said, man, wait. It's a soothsayer. This is a God. They go away from God. Everything they do is God. Is to be pushed away. All of a sudden now, but it's the situation and who it is. This is about who it is.
Right.
He said, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. All the stuff I do goes, God allows it to happen. This I gotta get permission for. Concerning them. See, once you don't have iniquity in you, and God got you covered, everything works in your favor.
And God got to okay it.
God got
He got to
okay
okay
it, man.
it. He got to okay it.
You're not going to get it off
I don't
on
care
him.
what it is.
Look, you don't know I'm plotting on you, son. You don't know I'm plotting.
Facts.
Right?
Real talk.
But God is going to make something happen to make me leave you alone. Let's put it that way.
That's right.
God is going to make something happen if he got to kill me. You say, no, but this guy, if I said such and such, he ain't going to listen. Oh, no, I'm going to have to kill him. So I'm going to make him go this route, and there's an accident going to happen. What we call accident. There ain't no accident. He was supposed to walk this way to meet his fate.
That's right.
Moses is supposed to walk this way so he could meet God.
That's right. There was no accidents in
Ain't
that
that
book.
something? There's
No
no
such
such thing as
There
accident.
was no accidents in that
such
book.
thing, man.
Name one accident in that book.
No such
Name one.
thing.
God can stop anything from happening.
If it happened by chance, could God let it happen by chance?
Blessed be his
It's
holy name.
right or
His
wrong.
holy name.
He said, well, it happened by chance. Well, God let it
Blessed
happen
be
by
his
God
holy
let
chance.
it
name.
happen.
Blessed be his holy name.
He let it happen.
God
Ain't no
can stop
accident.
anything.
Ain't no
He
accident.
said, wait, did that curse you curse? No, you can't go. You can't go. No, the rest of y'all curses go. You can't go. You gotta come over here. Turn yourself around into a blessing. Go over there with him. Concerning this guy, you can't curse him. You gotta leave him alone.
Right.
But today, God ain't gonna talk to none of them like he talked to Balaam.
Right.
He gonna hit them.
That's right.
What they try to put out, gonna come back and boomerang them.
That's right.
And you gonna say, well, but I can't do it now. What happened with the Egyptians? They couldn't do it now.
Right.
He said, now they can't get up and say, well, look, we can do the same thing and bring frogs. Now,
Yeah, you see them, right?
Now you got
Like-
boils.
Like around, I think like around the fly. That's when niggas start, I gotta go. Nigga can do all of them.
Their pride made
Couldn't
them
do
still
all
say,
of
well,
them.
look, man, we gonna do it. And they was matching.
They was doing it.
They was matching it. They was matching it.
Yeah.
But then when it got to the boils or man, personal,
It got on them.
we ain't dealing with elements.
It went on them.
We're not dealing with wind and fire.
It was
We're dealing
on
with
the
your
Egyptians.
high. We're on film.
Yeah, nigga.
Get that
Get it
off
off of
yourself now.
Yeah, get it off of you.
Get it off yourself, man. You want to match God?
Yeah.
You think you can stand up to the
Yeah.
ones who
Magicians was hurt.
look, anybody
The
who
magicians was
represents
hurt.
these commandments, leave them alone.
Facts. Blessed be
Leave
his
them
holy
alone.
name.
Because they on God's side.
That's right. That's right, bro.
That's like being, oh man, I'm on Ema's side. Well, I ain't on Ema's side. You a dead man.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
That's right.
Matter wrong. I'm a
That's
well,
right.
look, I'm not going against it. You gotta be the same way with God.
That's right.
So I gotta watch what I agree with.
That's right.
Everything you do, I can't agree
Right.
with.
That's right.
I gotta watch it.
That's right.
I gotta watch it. Cause it show my actions show whose side I'm on.
Yeah.
I don't have to say nothing.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. My actions say whose side I'm on. Okay, it said, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, saying to them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what's his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent. That sound like God said, yo, tell him I am that I am. That's what you go tell him. Tell him I am sent
I
you.
will be whatever I will.
Look. Tell him that.
I
Tell
hear
him
that
that.
shit, I hear.
Tell him she.
And God said moreover unto Moses, just shall I say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever,
Uh-oh.
and this is my memorial unto all generations.
And God said more. He said more to Moses. Moreover, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel. He said, when you go to the children of Israel, you let them know the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, has sent me unto you. So why? They wasn't, wait a minute. From the beginning, God told Moses to tell the people that, hey, I'm the one that God sent me unto you to teach you, guide you, and everything. They was never supposed to get up there telling Moses about you take too much upon yourself.
It's true.
Time passed, and you see what changed? You see what happened? Because he just said this. He just said it. The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has sent me unto you. Okay? He said, this is my name forever. This is my memorial unto all generations. You know what that means? That's what you, that's what you
call me, man.
That's how you identify
I
me.
don't want these niggas, man.
The God of Abraham.
Why you don't call your dad John?
The God
Call
of
your
Abraham.
mother Mary.
Okay? That's what you call
This
it.
is crazy.
Abraham's
man.
God.
I stay away from
Abraham's
people that call
God.
God by his name.
What's his name? The
Stay
God of
away from
Abraham.
him. I'm staying away from you. You don't keep calling God by his name. He just told you what he was known for.
That's it. He said, this is my name forever.
Man.
Meaning, if he said, well, look, man, what's your name? Well, my name is Table. Table? What kind of a name? Look, my name is Table. That's what you're going to call me.
I ain't gonna call you Table. I'm gonna call you
Look. You're going to call me Table forever. Right or wrong? I just use that word because people are very so wicked.
Yeah.
They don't accept the name you call yourself.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I said, nah, man, I want to cook. The only one I see do that, man, is mothers, fathers, God. He said, well, look, man, I call him Yedidiah, man.
That's
Yeah.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I call him Yedidiah. I call him Joshua. Moses, right or wrong?
That's right.
Your father and your mother, they don't have to call you by your name.
No.
They don't have to call you by your name. Call you whatever name they want.
That's
They
right.
named you.
And look,
You little.
They named
that's
you.
right. When they get mad,
Yeah.
when they get mad at you, they got a set of names for you.
I know. I got
And when they're pleased with you, they have a set of names for you. And then now they call it nickname. They say, well, you know what? It comes from the word surname.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, hey man, we got cereal here. His papa call him that. You know what I'm saying? So everybody call him what his papa call him. Or sometimes
that's not even this nigga government. Nigga government Syria. That's crazy. You know, I learned that out later. I learned that later.
Abba did that.
I call him Ezra.
But he never called them. You know what I'm saying? God, fathers, mothers. They do that. You can't, you can't nickname me unless I say, call me Paulie.
Right, he let us, right.
Call me Chief. He said, call me Paulie, man.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now that's what we got to call him.
Paul, you don't mind.
You know what I'm saying? Galvatron.
He said we could do that.
He said that.
Exactly.
He said, man, Paulie, man. Okay, I said, yo, Abba said. He said, man, no, Abba said. He said, Paulie. I said, Paulie? So that's, you call a man what he said his name is. Now, we don't call God what he said. My name forever is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's right.
So where you get the Y-A-H?
Where you get that from? You can even
get that from.
You can even call him I am that I am.
You say, I am has sent me.
You can call him that.
Said.
You can call God that. Why you gotta call God's name?
Because idolatry is still in people. And the only way they can identify with the Most High God is how they identify with the idol.
Right.
And that's the problem.
Oh, go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited and seen that which is done to you in Egypt.
I checked you out. Visitation means you have been checked out by God, evaluated by God.
That's right.
And either you have been found wanting or you've been found oppressed and in need. In this situation, he checked them out, and they are oppressed and afflicted and in need. And that made him remember the deal that he made with Abraham hundreds of years ago.
Right.
That's what he said. Oh, wait a minute. What the action that's going on? I said, yo, hold up, man. It's time, man. I don't like this. This my man's kids, man. What you doing, man? No. Stop this, man. Stop this. Oh, you think you the one that do it? Okay, hold on, yo, Moses. I'm gonna send you to this guy, right? But he ain't gonna give in just like that. He ain't gonna fold. I gotta break him and breaking him and putting the plagues on Egypt. The world got to know I was. Yeah. He said, I'm gonna be known for this all over the world. Up to this day. He's the God that destroyed Egypt. People still say that. The God that split the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Moses did it, but he served the God that did that. You understand what I'm saying? Right. He recognized. They call him YW, IA, YW. All these we can't say. The one thing I agree with the Jewish man about Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, right? It said God's name is incommunicable, meaning we are not supposed to use it in any communicated form or fashion within ourselves in prayer, in glorifying Him.
If I'm praying, I can use it.
No, you can't. No, you can't, because later on it says Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, reformed everybody, got everybody doing the law. He said that when they praised the Lord with the words of David.
Okay.
That's the standard that is set. You can't make your own prayer, man. Ain't no freestyling. No, you can't. This ain't hip hop, man. This ain't hip hop. This is not rap. This ain't nothing from the street. This is God, and everything has to be done the way He said it. And the people that follow Him, God ain't gotta say, "Well, look, I don't want you saying my name." See what the people who follow Him do and follow them.
That's right.
You know why? Because we follow the people who follow idols and follow them.
Right.
So why we can't follow them, do what they do and keep it that way. Keep it that way. All we gotta do is read. God ain't gotta tell you nothing. Follow the ones that God say, oh, look at this guy, Abraham. Follow him. Did he do it? No. He just told you, when I appeared to Abraham, Exodus 6. I'm jumping my own gun. When you get hype up here, you start jumping your own gun, and you give out the juicy part too early sometimes.
That's right.
Because it's juicy parts.
That's right.
Exodus chapter 6. Right?
You're doing Exodus 3, verse 17.
Yeah. Now go to 6 now. He said, then the Lord said unto Moses.
Then the Lord said unto Moses, now shall I see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out.
He said, you gonna be a witness of how I get down with this.
You're gonna see how I rock now.
You're gonna see how I
just
control this guy's heart.
How I rock.
How I make him bounce right. I make him bounce left. You're gonna see how I break him down. Thompson.
God spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am the Lord.
I am the Lord.
And I
Hold on. I am the Lord, not the Lord. I am the God, not a God. Hezekiah said, you are the Lord. You are the God. You meaning you're the only one. Everybody else is claiming God, but it's you, right? He said, and I appeared unto Abraham, and unto Isaac, and unto Jacob. By what? By what? By the name.
And I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty.
El Shaddai.
By my name, El
Shaddai.
Was I not known to you?
Okay. The mightiest God. The God of mightiness. The Almighty. You can't take that. Say, only one, there's certain attributes and titles only God can have. The Almighty. Nobody can be referred to as that. You can't refer to yourself as that or to anything, anybody else. God only gets that. Okay? He said, and that's the name that I was known by. When I appeared to Abraham in his lifetime, when I appeared to Isaac in his lifetime, when I appeared to Jacob in his lifetime, I was known to them by the name of God Almighty. He said, tell the children of Israel that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is here. He said, tell Pharaoh and them, when they ask for a name, tell them I am. Then now later on, he says, tell who? He said, I'm going to let you know that back then, when I appeared to your forefathers, they knew me by God Almighty. But, comma, there's a comma, and it says, but, except by my name, Yod-Hey, Wab-Hey, was I not known to them. Okay?
That's right.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not call God by Yod-Hey, Wab-Hey.
No, it's not. We're not known to them.
Okay.
I think it's a disrespectful calling God. Very disrespectful.
When Abraham was the first one. So he can't say that God is my father.
Right.
Because that's T-Rock. T-Rock didn't serve God. So that's where the El Shaddai came in at.
That's right.
Abraham called God El Shaddai.
God Almighty.
And then Isaac called God of my father. And then Jacob called God of my father.
All who call God Yod-Hey, Wab-Hey is violating
and
disrespectful God, man.
Okay. Stop saying his name.
Better wake up.
You want to honor him? Honor him the way he wants to be honored, man.
Facts.
He just told Moses twice about his day.
Facts.
And it's a big thing. So even in that other world, I heard you say, yo, all he needs is your name.
The song.
Right? The music industry.
Yep.
You sign your name. It doesn't have to be in blood. Nothing. Your name. So he said, yo, man, when I go to these people, what name do I tell them? He said, I am that I am. Nobody could say that. Nobody could claim that. Nobody could claim that, son. So now when he go to him, and he gonna say, oh, whoa, that's the Lord God. A lot of heathens recognized. They said, man, what God you serve? He said, man, I serve the God that made heaven and created heaven and earth.
Yeah.
They said, oh, man, you the reason why this happening.
Yeah.
You serve the real one. And that's who's running the storm. You gotta go. You gotta go, man. And they told me, said, no. He told them, throw me over.
Yeah.
And
They just said, yo, man, you the reason why this happening. But they wasn't going to throw him over.
Nah.
He had to tell them throw him over.
They ain't want to do it.
And they still ain't do it right away.
Be like,
They
yo,
waited.
man.
They waited.
They trying to throw stuff off the
They
boat.
tried to lighten the way.
Lighten up the boat. They kept
Wow.
They said, listen,
They had a
it's
heart.
me.
Yes.
They
Today,
said no. They told him
he'd have
no.
been over that boat. He wouldn't have had to say nothing. Somebody would have proceeded and said, yo, it's him. It's him. Get him. Or we all die. It's going to be like the Egyptians. Get out of here.
Yeah,
before we
man.
all die.
He ain't lying.
See
I
the
would have
difference,
got that
man?
nigga off the boat too.
You see the difference?
He ain't lying.
There's a big difference, man.
He ain't lying.
And they
bro.
served idols. But they said, nah, man, let's see if we can lighten it up. We can't throw him in there. He served God. I don't want nothing happening to me. They were higher thinking people. To him, but he's the reason why. Look, I'm minding my business on the matter of fact. I'm gonna go down there and go to sleep. I'm minding certain things, like Shama said. You gotta leave that alone. So you can't say, I know God, and you're saying his name.
Stop saying his name.
You're saying his name
That's right.
that Abraham didn't say.
That Abraham didn't
That
say.
Isaac ain't say.
That Moses
ain't
That
say.
Jacob didn't say.
None of them said this name because out of the first sign of righteous respect toward God. Nobody
Nobody in the book, man. Who are we?
It was identified by the ones who served him. By your God. We say, man, he said, yo, your God told me. That's what he told Josiah, right?
That's right.
He said, your God told me, go handle that dude over there. Get out my way.
Okay.
Your God told me, not the idol I serve. Your God told me. This is different, man.
Yeah.
Nah, man, y'all gotta stop saying his name.
So
man.
clearly, mentioning God's name, you're in cutoff zone.
You want cut off
So
zone.
cut off zone.
You are cut off. Okay? He said,
It's crazy.
I'm gonna read it again. He said, I am the Lord. I am God. I am God. All that God you hear, I'm the one. He said, I appeared unto Abraham and unto Isaac and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty. By the name of El Shaddai.
That's his
Go
name.
ahead.
But by my name,
Yod, Hey,
It
Wad,
was
Hey.
not known.
It was not known to
It wasn't known. I didn't tell them that.
Stop saying his
They didn't
name.
have to say my name. To praise me, they ain't gotta say my name. You said to praise God. You know how you praise God? You don't just praise God in prayer. You praise God, you pop junk about God.
yeah,
I learned that from Chief.
yeah,
You talk about the stuff he did for you.
yeah.
That's right.
And that keeps you boosted and you
Yeah.
want to do more for him.
Yeah.
And he gets that's the credit. He
That's
said,
right.
yo, man, you giving them, you
Yeah.
giving all the idols, you giving the idols the credit, the glory. That's what he said away with the sacrifices. So what your words mean? Nothing. How you praise God, you talk good of his commandments.
That's right.
You talk good of people who follow his commandments.
That's right.
You don't never talk bad about nobody. You can't. Don't talk about none of them. That's the best thing to do. You can't match the wickedest dude in there. The wickedest dude in there, he had God's attention for good or evil.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if he had done the right thing, he would be okay. So you gotta leave that alone. This is the example to live by. It tells you what to do, what not to do, how to do it, and what you don't understand, leave it alone. Keep doing what you understand. You keep doing it, you will be worthy to get the stuff you don't understand.
Right.
But not by calling on God's name and doing things that he don't want you to do. I don't want to be praised that way. I don't want y'all, you ain't gotta respect me. That ain't no respect. You ain't gotta do that. You ain't gotta do that. I only want this. Obedience, man, with my commandments. And these ways that I frown on, don't do it. Tell you.
And I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers.
Oh, you hear that? The land of their pilgrimage. But they didn't walk around. They didn't do the walking around.
Mhm.
Who did the walking around? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Mhm.
God told Abraham, everywhere you go, everywhere your feet take, your children gonna run it. And same thing with Isaac, same thing with Jacob. But guess what? Guess what? Pilgrimage. Look, they ain't never been there. They was born in Egypt. Okay? But because your fathers walked here, you inherit where your father walked. Because your father was such a godly man, you're gonna get some stuff off because of that. You're gonna get benefits because of that. You understand what I'm saying? You're gonna get benefits. He said, and I have also look. And he said, because I established a covenant and a deal with them in a land where they were strangers.
Right.
He was away from his kindred. See, it's easy when we doing this together. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
It's easier. But when you by yourself, you gotta push.
Right.
Abraham by himself, he the only one. There's nobody else there with him. And he pushed, and he did it in a strange land. Okay? Where he was a stranger. You're gonna stick out serving this God. Everywhere you go, you're gonna stick out. We are not supposed to want to be like them.
Right.
We're not supposed to want to be accepted by them.
Right.
By who's them? Whoever you feel the need to look good in front of. Whoever you feel the need to impress, because it ain't God you impressing. Well, I'm at 5.
Verse 5.
Yeah.
And I have also heard the groanings of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord. And I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will rid you out of the bondage. And I will redeem you with a stretched out arm.
We'll buy you
And
back.
with great judgment. And I will take you to me for a people. And I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. Which
And that's how
belongs-
you gonna know I'm the one, not none of these idols, because I'm gonna take you from under their hand, and you gonna be a people under my banner. And I'm gonna be your God, and you gonna be my people. And that's how you gonna know that I'm God. That's why he always told the king's a wicked king, right? And he about to get hit up, right? He started crying towards God. You know what God said? He said, yeah, I'm going to come down and I'm going to help you. He said, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that for you. He said, then you will know that I am the Lord.
Right.
Because when you wasn't in trouble, you wasn't following God. You ain't recognized. You got in trouble. A lot of times he told different kings, I'm going to do this here, I'm going to help you out. He said, and then you're going to know I'm God. I'm going to make the heathen see blood. When the sun shines on the water, they're going to look and see blood. They're going to panic.
Right.
And hit each other up.
Right.
Do this. He said, now I'm going to make that happen, then you're going to know I'm God. He told Ahab that.
Right.
You know how many times
he messed up the brains of nations.
Shattered their brains.
Yeah.
He said, that's how you're going to. He said, maybe that will break you and you'll come back home.
When there was two different nations
that was murder.
was coming to get Israel,
Yeah.
God made the two nations turn on each other.
Made them
Niggas killed each other.
They killed each other. Don't know they're killing each other. They think they're killing the enemy. God put the spirit of confusion
Yes, sir.
and chaos.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
That's what he do for you,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Now you get that, man, but you gotta do his bidding. You gotta cover yourself. Talk to you.
Know that I am the Lord your God, which bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you in unto a land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it to you for an heritage. I am the Lord. And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage.
He said Moses spake. He told him everything. Everything God told Moses to tell the people, Moses told him.
Yeah.
He said, but they hearkened not and they didn't listen. When a person is anguished of spirit and for cruel bondage, they can't put through it, man. They're going to put through cruel bondage. I don't want to hear this stuff you talking about, man. You telling me about some God I never met. No. And I don't know. You telling me, man, that you getting all of us out of this, but we all gonna get saved out of this position. They ain't want to hear that. They licking their wounds, they anguish. When you're anguished, you don't want to hear.
You don't want to hear nothing. Yeah.
You don't want to hear nothing. Everybody's that way. You can't get mad at nobody's back because there's times when you gonna be angry. There's times when stuff pile up on you and you gotta vent it out before you act it out. That's how it is now. It's just anguish of spirit. And right now, Moses is telling them something God said. It's a special message from God. But they so anguished and messed up from the cruel bondage. That's how cruel the bondage was. The treatment of being a slave was cruel.
Right.
He said, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me? How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? He said, Moses asked God, well, if the children of Israel didn't hearken unto me, if they didn't listen to me, then what makes you think Pharaoh will listen to me? That's what he's saying, right? He said, these be the heads. Oh, man. He said, yeah. Unto me, how then shall Pharaoh hear me? Who am I? With circumcised lips.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These be the heads of their father's house, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanuk, and Palu, Hezron, Carmel.
Okay, you could leave that. So
I'll go down
from that to show, go down to after the names.
into the important part of it. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, Uzziah. And the years of life for Kohath was 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Mahali, Mushi. These are the family of Lewi. Amram took him Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife. And she bare him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram was 137 years.
137.
Right. Let's skip down to verse 25.
Yeah.
And Eleazar, Aaron's sons, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to wife, and she bare him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are that Aaron and Moses, to whom the Lord said, bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt.
So when Moses went up to speak to Pharaoh, he went there with Aaron, Eleazar, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Father Phinehas. That's those names that were mentioned, that's who was there with Moses. Okay. That's the end of that, right?
Got a couple more verses. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak thou unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto thee. And Moses said before the Lord, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? That's it.
Okay. Go to Joshua chapter 1.
You can come down there. Come down there. Go up. Go up. So go to Yom Teruah. Teach you how you to go Monday.
Yeah, go to Exodus chapter 19.
In the third month, when the children of Israel were going forth out of the land of Egypt the same day.
They've been out for 90 days now. They've been 3 months since they left out of Egypt.
But they were departed from Rephidim, and will come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount. And Moses went up unto God, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall I say to the house of Jacob, Tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is
You're going to
mine.
be special to me. You're going to be the most important thing, the most peculiar and special thing to me above everybody else in the world.
And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people and laid before their faces all these words which the Lord commanded. And all the people answered together and said, All that the Lord had spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, and the people may hear when I speak with thee.
He said, I come unto you. When I pull up on you, I'm inside of a thick cloud. The cloud is thick and dark. You can't see it. Tell me.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow.
No. Go back to 9. Verse 9.
That the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord.
Certain things you got to do in front of people so they can see. He said, Yo, listen, when I come down, you step up, and I want them to hear you speaking with me. That's going to give you your stripes. They're going to say, well, look, man, if anything, we got to speak to Moses. He's the one that God deals with.
Yeah.
He don't come straight up and deal with us. He deal with Sean. He deal with this guy. And then this guy come and relay it to us.
Right.
So God is showing them this is the order. Anytime I say something, it's going to be to this guy. And he did it in front of them so they could see. It's a statement being made. All right? Well, man. 10?
You had verse 11.
11.
And be ready against the third day. For the third day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai, and thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the borders of it.
You can't go too close.
Whosoever touch the mount
You can't even go at the
surely
bottom of
be
the
dead.
mountain. They're far away from that mountain. They're far, miles and miles away. Because the base of that mountain is still part of that mountain. The bottom, when you get to, there's no, okay, well, this is where the mountains start. Then you just go up. It don't go like that. You walking, all of a sudden, you look around, you see that you're going up. You can tell that you're being elevated. But it don't look like it. Until you go higher, and you see how high up you are, you know you're on a mountain. Because you got to go in the mountain. When you see that stuff, those are trees. There's tops of trees, 35 feet tall. You got to go in, then go up. So you're not going to be around no areas of that mountain at all. He said, and anybody whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. So you can't get, the boundaries is far away from the mountain. That's how far away they was.
Gotta be.
Come see.
There shall not hand touch it, but you shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet sound alarm, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mountain to the people and sanctified.
Okay, he said, there shall not a hand touch it.
Right.
But he shall surely be stoned. Now, if somebody touch that mount or go anywhere near that mount, you're going to be stoned
Or shot through.
or shot through. You know what shot through is? Something is going to get shot through your body like a bullet or a spear or an arrow. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. And that's going to be an angel doing that. There's no human doing the shooting. He said, when the trumpet sounded long, they shall come up to the mount. That's what Yom Teruah is all about right there. When that trumpet sounded long. Okay? To us, it sounds like a trumpet. Because the angels can do that. It said the angel appeared to Moses as a burning bush. That was an angel. That wasn't really a bush that was burning. But that's what it appeared to Moses as.
Right.
Okay? He wanted to appear to Moses that way. So Moses saw a burning bush. That's what made him curious.
Right.
So when at this time it said the trumpets sounded long. You know what I mean? It kept getting louder and louder, and there's no stopping the note. And it blew the whole time, okay, that God descended on that mountain. And when Moses went up in there and stayed there for 40 days and 40 nights, it was on fire, on smoke, and that sound like a trumpet was going on for that whole time. That didn't happen one day and then that was it. Right. When Moses went up in there, that was 40 days, 40 nights. And that action stayed going on while he was in there talking to him. That's why they said, yo, man, you gonna go up there and speak to God. We'll deal with him. We'll say whatever, but you go in there. We not going in that cloud lest we die. They said that Moses drew near to the thick darkness. God was. Wherever God was at in that darkness, he went straight there. He's talking to God, but he just can't see him
because it's thick darkness.
You just can't see
darkness that can't be penetrated.
You can't cut it.
Can't cut it.
Okay? You ain't gonna see nothing. But he said, man, this dude, he's here. That's why after a while, Moses said, he said, show me that you're still with me. Okay, I know you mad at them for what they did with that calf.
Yeah.
He said, but show me that you still with me. Let me see your glory. I want to see you. I know you exist. You know, I know that. You know, ain't no disbelief in my body. Yo, man, you right here. I want to see you, man. You always pulling up on me. You know what I'm saying? That's how close he was with God. He said, yo, you do know I ain't describing nothing. He was worthy to be, you know what I'm saying? Right. So he said, all right, look, man, you can't see my face and live. No man see my face and live. If a man see my face, he's dead. He won't exist no more.
That's right.
Everything about him is done. He said, what I'm going to do is, though, I'm going to let you see me walking away. You get to see my walk away. He's behind it. So he got to see the similitude. That part, yeah. He said, wow, you got to see how big he was. Got to see how wide he was. All that is just similitude. That's why he want them. You didn't see my similitude. You didn't see how I look. You don't know how God looked. You got no business making no idols. Whatever idols you make, you made it to yourself. That's what he said. You made the idols to yourself because I didn't introduce you to none of these things. Why we keep introducing ourselves to stuff that it's not in this book? It's not in the book, man. It's not in the verse 5. Well, man.
Verse 15.
15. Yeah.
And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Come not at your wives.
Oh, come not at your wives. Come not at your wives. This here is this is God pulling up. This is not a regular. This is no person, regular people. This is the Almighty God pulling up. You're gonna meet him tomorrow. So you gotta stay away from you can't be unclean for 3 days. Yeah, it says so the Lord. You have sex with your wife. After you have sex, the semen coming forth from you. You gotta wash, she gotta wash, and whatever the semen touch it, they gotta wash. And you'll be clean when the evening coming on. Right?
Right.
But in this instant, to meet God, you ain't gonna be clean when evening coming on. It take 3 days. Right. You gotta stay away from her for 3 days. Yeah, you're clean. You ain't touched her at all. Now you're good. See, that's why certain things is when they got to a certain point in their life, they didn't touch their wives. And their wives ain't bugged them.
You know what that reminds me of? Sabbath. Not as a son of them.
Shabbat, no. It's a period. It's a period and a time period, and it goes right into it.
That's what that.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Tell you.
And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled.
See, that's why God said, remember that night. We told them, remember and commemorate that night as the day of blasting.
Yeah.
Because that's what they heard. They heard trumpets. But it was really just the voice of the angels. The angels ain't got no big giant trumpets.
No.
That's why we need that.
Right.
They don't blow
They
breath.
didn't need that.
Right or wrong? They don't blow
They
breath.
didn't need that.
Okay? I need air. There's a trombone inside. I need to go, the shofar. They don't need air. They don't have
Right.
lungs.
That's right.
They can just make it sound that way.
Yeah.
And it's going to sound that way.
That's
So
right.
that's what the children of Israel heard. They said, man, they heard it. Look, one time I blew the horn, the shofar, the ram horn.
And your head.
Nah, the neighbor said, what was that sound I heard this morning? Did you hear it? I don't know what she's talking about. I don't even know. I'm thinking she's talking about. She said, oh, it sounded like an alarm, like a horn. It was scary. Yeah. I said, oh, I know what she's talking about. I ain't telling her nothing. Let her keep that. And every time she hear it, yeah, get scared. God, this is a certain reason why God says blow the trumpet and blow it. It does something in the spirit world.
That's a alarm.
It does something, man.
And that's the same.
And that's the alarm to assemble
That's the same.
and to go to war.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
So when they heard that, oh boy. If the lady heard the show me blowing the shofar,
The
angels
angels
sound
started that.
scary, what you think they heard? That's my
Then they
point.
wax louder and louder.
Yeah.
To the point where
They're the
you
blacks.
can't be close to it because it's too loud.
They're the blacks.
You gotta be far away. You're gonna get far away. The heat, the trembling, the noise of that thing, it's gonna pierce your eardrums.
Yes.
It's far. It was miles away.
Like the blue that might
Yeah.
I hear it.
You hear it. Not inside. If you're close, the siren, the trucks, the fire trucks, I go like this. It's too close. But if it's all the way down in Flatbush, you hear it.
You hear it.
But it's not affecting you like that. They had to get away from that mountain. They had to get away from that. They couldn't. It wasn't but so close to it. Time shoot. Hey, hold on. That's what's going on tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
The evening of tomorrow night brings in
Yom Teruah.
Yom Teruah.
It's not the beginning of the year.
Okay. Let's make this clear. There is no Rosh Hashanah.
Right.
Okay. It's not a new year. It's a new month. It's the head of the month. That's it. It is not a holy season. God never made a season for holy. He said the seasons are winter and summer.
That's appointed times.
And the appointed, this is a time, appointed time that God made where you observe what happened thousands of years ago at the foot of Mount Sinai.
Right.
We commemorate and talk about that and have a holy convocation on that day. Okay? There was no work on that day. You can't make money on that day. Preparing, setting up, cooking is done the day before.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
When Sunday night comes in, you can't prepare nothing else no more. Okay? That's the rules. And that's what this day is coming up about. Now, Judaism, Jewish people in Judaism, the religion of Judaism, has made this time of the year, tomorrow evening, the head of their year, the new year. We don't celebrate New Year's. Hebrews don't celebrate New Year's. everybody else in the world does. Okay? The Jewish calendar starts in what month? September.
Right.
It ends in September, starts in October.
Right.
Okay? This comes from the old Babylonian calendar. The original New Year's was not in January. It was in October.
Mhm.
Okay? Babylon, when Daniel told that dude what the writing on the wall was, that was the eve of New Year's, and that was October 31st. When the Greeks and the Romans took over and established the Gregorian calendars, the lunar calendar they came up with first, and then the solar calendar is what's being used today. That calendar added more months, okay, and took off certain days on certain months. This is where they get leap year from, to make up for what they took off and added on. There was no leap year in these times, okay? They added on and put names of their gods onto the months, okay? So it became, the New Year's changed from October 31st to December, the eve of December 31st. All right? That's why it's like that now. That's what was going on. We don't celebrate New Year's.
That's right.
We celebrate New Moon. New Moon means this is the first day of a new month. That's it. We celebrate it. We ain't gotta buy no gifts for nobody. You don't even have to celebrate. You don't have to have a party. Blow that horn. Make sure you get a ram horn, a shofar, a trumpet, a trombone, any instrument of brass that is a horn, and blow it on the Shabbat and on the new moons and on appointed days. That's what you do.
Right.
You have a holy convocation on Yom Teruah. Okay? That's commanded and demanded by God. Now, if you want to have mirth after that, you can. You can. Now, when we break, we can't have mirth. We have to be solemn. Solemn means to be serious, to be aware of actions and words and behavior. Why everybody act up today? What is it about Israelites? They like to get into stuff with this day. What is it? You gotta leave that stuff alone, man. Get off that. So that's what tomorrow night is. It comes in Sunday evening and it ends Monday evening. Okay? And then 10 days after that, we have Yom Kippur coming up. That's the Day of Atonement. Right? And then after that will be Sukkot, the Feast of Booths. These are commemorative times. That's it. Appointed times by God that we have to recognize. The way God say recognize. It's not a holy season, and nothing is higher than the Shabbat.
Right.
No other day is higher than the Shabbat.
Yeah, that's right.
You can kindle fire, even though I don't know what you're kindling fire for in Yom Kippur. Ain't no reason to kindle,
That's right.
because you're gonna be doing your own pleasure or eating.
Okay.
That's the only way. See, back then they kindled fire for heat also. You understand what I'm saying? But on Shabbat, there is no kindling of fire.
Right.
You can't spark anything. So that trumps every other day. The rules of the Shabbat trumps
That's
every other day
That's right.
that God commanded us.
That's right.
That's why now I explain to you about the calendar is all messed up, and that's why these days fall on Shabbat. These days never fell on Shabbat back in the ancient days. When man start messing with the dates and making it going according to the sun, moon, and stars, God did not set our calendar to go by the sun, moon, and stars. That's part of the worship. Our calendar was set as agricultural an agricultural schedule, an agricultural calendar. Okay?
You know what I
Coming up,
mean?
right?
If Yom Kippur fall on the Shabbat, that trumps the Sabbath. That's what they say.
They're wrong. Yeah, they're wrong.
That's what they say.
They're wrong. The Shabbat is
You
first.
can't eat that day. You don't fast on the
Yeah,
Sabbath.
but it's still not hallowed. It hasn't been sanctified. And it was here first before any other day. Before all those days, right? That God said come together, it's Pesach, Sukkot, fasting a piece of unleavened bread.
Shabbat was here from the beginning.
Shabbat was there way before them things. Those days was established by God. It was there millions of years before God established it. It was here millions of years before anybody even served God. It was here Shabbat. God made the Shabbat and sanctified and hallowed it way before man was created.
That's right.
It didn't even have nothing to do with man. The Shabbat ain't got nothing to do with man. That's why man has to honor it.
That's right.
You cannot compete with the Shabbat no other day. That's another problem. And the reason why that's happening is because everything's out of place. So these days wound up on Shabbat.
That's right.
According to the Hebrew calendar that was given to God by Moses and the days that they started counting when they came out of Egypt, that's when their calendar started. And it tells you in the third month there was a reckoning. Nothing trumps the Shabbat.
That's right.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.